residences of Awami League MPs, party offices of Awami League in 18 to 20 locations were vandalized. And today the situation is still tense because today on August 5, the date was given to call for march to Dhaka. Students discrimination, the group which is spearheading this protest, have been had asked all the protesters to join them for marching towards Dhaka, the national capital, and that is why security forces are there to block their access towards Dhaka, and all the national highways which are approached, which connects Dhaka to other cities, are blocked by the security forces, and large scale, you can say, clash between protesters and those aligned with the government and security forces are clashing with the anti-quota protesters. But it is very alarming that this situation is developing in India's neighborhood. Indians have also been advised not to go to Bangladesh, as well as those Indian nationals who are studying, working, or staying in Bangladesh have also been asked to stay in touch with the officials of the High Commission in Dhaka.
Right, these protests taking place, as far as that reservation is concerned, the 30% quota is concerned, but that is something that was established back in 1972, and it was scrapped, but it was scrapped for only a very little amount of time back in 2018.
See, that quota thing came up in the Bangladesh Supreme Court. The Supreme Court curtailed it down or reduced the quota of 30% to even 5%, but yet the protesters think now their entire anti-quota protest or stir has now turned into anti-Sheikh Hasina movement. They want Sheikh Hasina to step down, and Sheikh Hasina, or the government believes, and her statements has been a very provocative in terms of coiling down the protest. She has said that these are not protesters, these are not students, but these are terrorists, and they should be dealt with iron hand. Now, last week, it appeared as if things are calming down, things were opening up in Bangladesh. But suddenly, Sheikh Hasina's statement yet again that these are, first she said that she is willing to negotiate with everyone. The protesters with their parents can come to her residence or Prime Minister's office to negotiate and discuss the issue. But after the protesters didn't approach that way, the protesters have been, the security forces have been dealing with them with iron hand. And yes, Sunday was saw more than 98 killings, one single day, maximum killings or deaths in Bangladesh since this protest has broken out for the last 2 months. And now, once Sheikh Hasina has been saying that she is willing to talk, but on the other hand, she is also saying that security forces will deal with the protesters and she'll be able to quell the protest or curb these protests, but that has not been successful so far. And today is the day of largest mobilization for Dhaka March, or March to Dhaka, as it was called by one of the student groups called Student Against Discrimination. Now, since everyone is waiting for Army Chief to address the nation, and there are rumors that perhaps the Army Chief may announce a situation of emergency or impose emergency in the country. So all eyes are now on the Army Chief of Bangladesh, who is awaited to address the nation from some time from now.
Right, Ghazali, we also have Saurabh Gupta joining us. Saurabh, when we talk about, there is an indefinite curfew that has been put into place because of those fierce clashes. Mobile and internet services have also been restricted, and Indians living as far as Bangladesh are concerned, a word of warning has been issued for them as well, and those wanting to travel to Bangladesh have been asked to postpone their plans.
Well, the Indian High Commission in Dhaka has, of course, put out warnings and advisories for Indian nationals in Bangladesh, and that is very clear as to what Indian nationals in Bangladesh must do. But this is, of course, a problem that seems to have been, evolving. And what many have observed is that the protests also have been shifting goalposts. And like Ghazali was mentioning, from what it was, which is basically an anti-quota protest, to where it has become now, which is anti-Sheikh Hasina. And what we've also seen is that the Awami League, the ruling Awami League, has maintained from the beginning that these are protests not by students, but by which have been fueled by the BNP Jamaat combined. And that's something that the ruling Awami League has maintained on these protests, and they continue to maintain that. Now, yesterday also Rangpur division, witnessed a lot of violence. In fact, one of the councillors of the Rangpur, city corporation was killed, Haradhan Roy, and also we believe his nephew Shamal Roy. And of course, while they are from the Awami League, what has also come into the picture is their Hindu identity in Bangladesh and the minority community of Hindus in Bangladesh. And there have been some fears over whether in these protests there have also been attacks on the minority community in Bangladesh, or whether they, these protests could also, have a fallout on that. So that is something that we've seen. And there, of course, Haradhan Roy and his nephew Shamul Roy in Rangpur, dying in that violence, and their bodies were found next to a Kali temple. And also, there have been some concerns from other places as well about, whether there are other sort of angles emerging to these protests, and whether, they're taking a completely different form from what they were earlier, when they were just strictly anti-quota protests, to now, ruling party officials or Awami League officials being targeted, and also a worry over whether this could also, become a little bit communal, because that's something that also many are talking about as far as the violence that we've seen and the violence that we've reported, especially from Rangpur and the incident in Rangpur. So this is an ongoing protest. It's a very difficult time for Bangladesh, and those across the border in West Bengal also are watching it. India is watching it very closely. India, of course, keeping a close eye on the developments in Bangladesh, because remember, this is our neighborhood, and therefore this is, of course, something that, like, Ghazali was reporting, that seemed to have been in control but seems to have spiraled again in the last 24 hours or 48 hours.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details, Saurabh and Ghazali, getting us all the very latest. And of course, the protesting students have announced that march to Dhaka, like Ghazali was mentioning. Switching tracks now to the United Kingdom, and the Prime Minister has warned the far-right protesters on Sunday that they would regret participating in England's worst rioting in 13 years. Mr. Starmer's statements come as more violence broke out across the country in the wake of a stabbing rampage at a dance class that left 3 girls dead and many more wounded. Now, British Prime Minister will hold an emergency meeting with the police chiefs after days of that violent anti-immigration protests that have intensified, with buildings and vehicles torched and hotels holding asylum seekers targeted. Riots have erupted across towns and cities in the last week after that attack that took place in Southport, now with 420 people arrested so far.
One month into office as Prime Minister of Britain, Sir Keir Starmer's biggest challenge is currently underway. Britain has not seen rioting and social unrest of this kind after riots broke out in multiple cities by far-right protesters and anti-immigrant protesters. Cities such as Manchester, Hull, Belfast, Bristol, Stoke-on-Trent, even parts of London has seen sporadic, spontaneous protesters disrupting violence, breaking public property, attacking the police. 90 arrests have been made thus far. And on this weekend, if you are driving across cities such as London and other main cities in the UK, there are the greater chances that you may be giving way to fastly moving, roving policemen in their cars with sirens burning. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that these protests are sowing hate. He and the Home Secretary and the entire Labour government that has been newly elected in Britain has offered full support to the police teams to arrest, contain any sort of social unrest that's happening across the cities over the next few days.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest, it is organised, violent thuggery. And it has no place on our streets or online.
Occupants, mainly tourists, at a South Yorkshire hotel stared in fear and worry from the top floor as rioters attacked that particular hotel in South Yorkshire in England, otherwise a sleepy town and a calm town and a tourist attraction. Through bricks, broke glass windows, even managed to have a fire break out in the hotel. Arrests have been made and the protests in that location have been contained.
Well, it's very shocking to see this sort of racial violence motivated by far-right-wing Islamist extremists. I didn't see anything was bad for many years, and it needs to be dealt with robustly.
A rapid response process has been initiated whereby emergency security will be provided across mosques in Britain after racist and anti-immigration protests have worried and disturbed Britain after many, many years. Radhika Iyer in London, NDTV.
Now, the foreign ministers of G7 major democracies have called on all parties involved in the current conflict in the Middle East to avoid actions that could lead to an escalation. The G7 ministers expressed strong concern about the recent events that could lead to a wider regional spread of the crisis, starting with Lebanon. Tensions heightened on Sunday in the Middle East, with the United States moving warships to the region to defend Israel if Iran attacks, while several Western governments urgently told their citizens to leave Lebanon as Hezbollah launched a barrage of strikes targeting Israel. And with that, we're stepping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Kitty. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here. The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute.
जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the.
Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Let's start this edition at 2 with the headlines at the top of this hour. After 14 deaths were reported in a Delhi shelter home, the Delhi High Court has today directed Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary to file a report on the conditions of living in the shelter home. Supreme Court takes no more to cognizance of the Delhi coaching centre deaths, issues notices to centre and the Delhi government. The court has slammed authorities for failing to regulate coaching centres, accusing them of playing with the lives of children. The court also said coaching centres have become death chambers. Civic apathy kills again. In Maharashtra, a child had fallen into an open manhole and died. 4-year-old died in Ahmednagar district. The manhole lid was allegedly not installed properly. It's a setback for the Aam Aadmi Party in Supreme Court. The top court has said that the Lieutenant Governor can appoint aldermen to the MCD and the LG does not need the Delhi government's advice. Over 370 people have died in the Wayanad landslides. Union Environment Minister has blamed the Kerala government. Bhupendra Yadav says Kerala government has not been cooperating with centre, and also Kollam MP to NDTV says the centre is not ready to hear Kerala government. Global cues trigger massive market sell-off. Asian markets plunge. Nifty and Sensex slide over 2.5%. Rupee weakens to record low. Starting this edition with a top focus, after 14 deaths were reported from a Delhi shelter home, the Delhi High Court has today directed the Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary to visit the shelter and file a report on the conditions of living in the shelter home. The court has also ordered the Delhi Jal Board to test the quality of the water and condition of water and sewer pipelines in the Asha Kiran shelter home located in Rohini. Now, we are learning at this moment, the court also has said that such a large number of deaths in the shelter home in a short period cannot be coincidence. The court has said there are too many deaths in a short span of time that have taken place in the shelter home. 14 deaths in number. It can't be a coincidence. We are learning now the court has also directed the authorities to decongest the shelter home. That is the latest coming in. My colleague Shreya also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Shreya, we do understand, there is a war of words also between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party that is happening on this very issue. But the court now has asked for a report from the Delhi Government Social Welfare Secretary, and strong observations now that have been made in the court. The court has also said that it's not a coincidence that so many deaths have taken place. What more is coming out?
That's right. So the Social Welfare Secretary has to mandatorily visit the premises of this government-run shelter home tomorrow in Rohini, and has also asked the Delhi Jal Board to inspect the water conditions, the quality of water, and also the conditions of the sewer pipes, because as per the health reports of these inmates, several of them were suffering from tuberculosis, and the staffs and residents of the neighboring area of this particular facility, shelter home, they have complained that this particular shelter home has been grappling with bad quality water, poor poor quality water, nutrient deficient food, and because this shelter is highly overcrowded, the court today has also stressed the need for relocation, to relocate some of the inmates to a separate area, because this facility is extremely overcrowded and it is highly understaffed. The inmates are not getting the basic facilities of the expected standards. And tomorrow, obviously, the Social Welfare Secretary has to visit the shelter home, and the Delhi Jal Board has to inspect the condition of the sewer pipelines in that area, and will have to submit a report by day after tomorrow. And the court will take further action based on the report submitted by the Delhi Jal Board. Of course, court has also stressed the need for not only decongestion of the facility, but also to take curative measures. This is very important, and there will be further actions taken based on the report submitted by day after tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right, Shreya. Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on this very developing story. We'll get back to you later for more. Meanwhile, these are strong observations that were made by the court today with regards to the 14 deaths that have taken place in this shelter home in Delhi's Rohini. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The centre is all set to bring a bill in the parliament this week to amend the 1995 law governing Waqf boards to ensure more accountability and transparency in their functioning. And as per sources, the reforms also include mandatory inclusion of women in the Waqf boards. It is being learned that the move has come in the backdrop of demands from within the Muslim community. The bill to amend the Waqf Act will make it mandatory for Waqf boards to register their properties with district collectors to ensure their actual valuation. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has objected to any proposed changes to the Waqf Act, saying that any change in the Act which alters the nature of Waqf properties or makes it easier for the government or any individual to usurp them will not be acceptable. AIMPLB spokesperson SQR Ilyas has said the board is contemplating legal redress if the government makes any sweeping changes to the act. Well, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav also has said that his party will oppose the centre's move to curb the powers of the Waqf board.
मुसलमान भाइयों को कैसे उनके अधिकारों को छीना जाए, उनकी अधिकार जो मिले हैं, जिन्हें आज़ादी के अधिकार हैं या उनके स्वतंत्र जो अधिकार हैं, उनके अपने धर्म को लेकर के अपनी कामकाज की व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए, और केवल वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देखिए कितने समझदार हैं सरकार के, उन्हें उर्दू में ये पता लगा कि नुज़ूल उर्दू शब्द है, उन्हें समझाते रहे अधिकारी कि नज़ूल का मतलब कुछ और है, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, नज़ूल मतलब मुसलमानों की जमीन है ये.
Me as Pramod Tiwari, Rajya Sabha MP sir, the government has been planning to bring 40 amendments in the Waqf Code. How do you see that?
ये तो सिर्फ मीडिया में है. अगर उन्हें लाना है तो पहले जिस समुदाय के लिए ला रहे हैं उससे बात करें, फिर ये बात करें हम लोगों से, और हम लोगों से बात करने के पहले अपने सहयोगियों से पूछ लें जेडीयू का रुख क्या है, तेलुगु देशम का रुख क्या है, फिर बात.
Well, inclusion of women, verification of disputed land are some of the changes that are set to be brought to the Waqf law. However, we do understand the opposition parties as well as Muslim boards have raised objection to the changes. What more changes are expected to be brought in to the Waqf law, that remains to be seen. What we are learning at the moment is that the amendments in the bill are expected to be brought in this week itself. My colleague Vasudha is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vasudha, what more information is coming out about the proposed changes to the Waqf bill? And we are learning that by the end of this session itself, the bill is expected to be brought into the parliament.
Absolutely, Kitty. It's not going to be today, but of course it is going to be somewhere this week. Remember that on 7th, the budget is going to be approved today. The demand for grants for various sectors, including health, education, all of that is getting approved. So clearly that is on top of the government's mind. But of course, this bill is very important. It's very contentious because the Modi cabinet has already cleared 40 amendments, and these amendments are to do with reducing the power of tribunals, which the government feels reduces the power of courts interfering in the matters of Waqf properties. Other than that, they also want to ensure that Waqf boards, there are about 30 Waqf boards across the country, they want to ensure that these boards are gender inclusive. They want to ensure that there are at least 2 women in each of these boards and also in the Waqf council. Other than that, they want to ensure that some of the provisions which they deem unconstitutional, which are part of these, which is part of this bill. Now remember, this act came into force in 1954. After that, it was repealed and a new act was brought in 1995. There were a fresh set of amendments that were introduced in 2013. So some of the provisions that were deemed unconstitutional by the existing government, those will also be sort of changed, and basically to curb, to make them more transparent, accountable, and to ensure that the arbitrariness of the bill, implementation of it, is removed and it is favorable to common Muslims, is what the government is saying. But I also spoke to the opposition MP, specifically to Mr. Owaisi, and he clearly said that there is nothing, no part of the bill that is act that is unconstitutional, and this is also one way of the government to ensure that it takes over uncontested contested property, specifically mosques. And he also specifically pointed out this one particular thing, that Waqf boards and councils have been on a state of decline and there hasn't been much of grants from the central government in the last 10 years. So again, this is going to be a clash of narratives. We're expecting this bill somewhere around 7th or 8th. 7th is when the budget gets cleared, but of course this is the Modi government and we can expect this anytime this week. This is also the last week of the budget session, and remember, this government in the last few years has had this tradition of introducing the most important bills on the last day, including the very contentious CEC bill, or for that matter even the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita was introduced on the last day of the winter session. So clearly that could be expected, but of course 5 more days. This session is there till the 12th of August, and we're expecting this to come around 8th is what we hear.
So Vasudha, what are you learning? Was this already in the works? As soon as the Modi 3.0 government was sworn in, this is one of the important decisions that we are looking at, that is being made by the government, by the centre, and is expected to be done. The bill, as you're saying, is expected to be brought within this parliament session, before the parliament session ends. Was this already in the works? Any information that is coming out about that the government was already planning to bring this, as soon as it came back to power?
Yes, Kitty, this has been in the works for the last 3 years. I remember even when Smriti Irani was the minority minister, she was working on this along with the secretary then, and of course the WCD secretary was also given the additional charge of minority affairs. So this has been in works for the last 3 years. Remember that there is a case that's already going on in the Delhi High Court with regard to the Waqf properties, and there are 120 petitions which have been, which are challenging the implementation of the act. But at the same time, the Supreme Court has also somehow dismissed some of these petitions regarding the Waqf properties. This was also pointed to us by Mr. Owaisi, but this has been in the works, and the government believes that this will help common Muslims, and it also believes that there is a certain section of influential Muslim community persons which are completely in hold of Waqf properties, and which is why it has not been able to create that kind of revenues. But of course the opposition is saying that the government has also stopped giving grants to Waqf properties, which is why they are on a state of decline. So it is going to be important to see how politically this pans out. Today the opposition, I did notice, has been a little careful because the bill is not out yet, and we did see in the case of subcategorization, the observations of the Supreme Court, several opposition parties came out and gave very different statements, and then they had to refine their stance, and they kind of and refined it when it came to the creamy layer. So they're being very careful about it. So when we ask them for bites, except Akhilesh Yadav, most of them are saying that let the bill come out and then we'll speak about it. So clearly this has been in the works. The government is very confident that all the amendments that have been brought in have been done so with consultation with Muslim clergy, with Muslim stakeholders, with Muslim scholars as well, and also Muslim judiciary, part of Muslim, ex-judges. So clearly the government is very confident, and it wants to create this impression that it is not anti-Muslim at all. It is in fact pro-common Muslim, and it will also break this whole cartel of influential people who are completely having control over Waqf properties. But of course the opposition is going to oppose it tooth and nail, and we'll see that play out once the bill is introduced in the parliament.
That the government of course is trying to give here, but the opposition definitely is in no mood to take it. The opposition parties and the Muslim boards that we understand, given the statements that are coming out at the moment on this very issue, are quite they are opposed to it, and they are saying that they are not going to accept any amendments or the changes that are going to be brought in the Waqf Act. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. That is the latest coming in at this point in time. We are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking in connection with the Delhi coaching center deaths. The Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the matter. The Supreme Court now has issued notices to center as well as the Delhi government. Well, the Supreme Court has asked the government what safety norms have been prescribed with regard to the coaching centers operations, and also coaching centers have become death chambers. This is one of the important observations that were made by the court today. Well, the Supreme Court has issued notices to the center as well as the Delhi government over the death of 3 students who had drowned in the flooded basement of an IS coaching center in Rajendra Nagar amid heavy rain last month. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is getting us more on this story.
So today, as the Supreme Court heard this very important matter of a coaching federation which had wanted, there was a levy relating to Mukherjee Nagar where the payment had to be done and they wanted some relief. The Supreme Court said no, and in fact suo motu decided to issue notices not only to the Delhi government through the Chief Secretary but also to the centre on this very, very important issue. They said the young people, as you pointed out, have lost their lives. There has to be compliance in terms of coaching institutes for the safety of the students, otherwise they should hold it online. And they have in fact issued an order saying that they must comply with the master plan of 2021 of Delhi, all coaching centres. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court came down heavily and wanted the centre as well as the state to give their response on this very important issue so as to ensure that in future young students, young aspirants do not face the same trauma as that unfortunate incident took place in Rajendra Nagar.
All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we are tracking today. In a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, the Supreme Court today ruled that the LG can nominate aldermen in the MCD without Delhi government's aid and advice. The Lieutenant Governor's power to nominate members to the civic body is a statutory power and not an executive power. As per the court, the Supreme Court has said that Delhi LG can nominate aldermen to MCD and the LG does not need the advice of the Delhi government. The LG can act as per his discretion. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu gets us more. We also have a reaction coming in from the BJP on that.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो निर्णय आया है उसने इस बात को साफ कर दिया है कि दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने कानून के अंतर्गत ही एल्डरमैन का मनोनयन किया था, जिस पर जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी की आदत है हर मसले पर उन्हें आरोप लगाने हैं, दूसरों को कटघरे में खड़ा करना है, तो उनकी उस राजनीति को एक सिरे से नकार दिया गया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस निर्णय द्वारा। और अब स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का तुरंत गठन होना चाहिए जिससे दिल्ली की जो समस्याएं हैं उनके बारे में गंभीरता से काम हो सके।
The Supreme Court will be delivering after reserving its judgment. Now it's going to be nearly 15 months. The people of Delhi, as you can see, are suffering with issues like desilting and various other day-to-day bread and butter issues for the MCD. The Lieutenant Governor, at that time, as you rightly pointed out, after the BJP lost power, decided to appoint 10 aldermen, basically nominated members in the MCD Council, which will have voting rights when it comes to standing committees. This was contested by the Delhi government because the Lieutenant Governor did it on his own without the aid and advice of the cabinet in this regard. And that's something that is being under contest. As you rightly pointed out, the Chief Justice of India had said that this will destabilize a democratically elected municipal corporation at that time. The LG's lawyer, Mr. Sanjay Jain, had argued, saying that what has been a practice doesn't necessarily need to be followed on a continuous basis. But be that as it may, between the fight between the Lieutenant Governor and the AAP and the Delhi government, hopefully today it will resolve a number of issues, ensure that the people of Delhi in particular get governance, because this is critical. This is important in terms of aid and advice for a cabinet. The lieutenant governors, do they have far-reaching powers, or is it always on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers? So it's in that context, we'll have to wait and see how things play out.
Well, big updates coming in on that. Meanwhile, some more news now. This is from Maharashtra. A 4-year-old child died after falling into a manhole while he was playing in the Mukund Nagar area of Nagar district in Maharashtra. CCTV video of the incident has also surfaced. The deceased Samar Sheikh lost his life allegedly due to the manhole lid that wasn't installed properly. Those are the visuals on your TV screens where this 4-year-old child could be seen falling into this manhole whose lid that we are learning wasn't really installed properly, and due to which this incident has taken place. The child fell into the manhole and died.
A very unfortunate incident unfolded yesterday in Ahmednagar where a 4-year-old child fell into a manhole. In fact, this manhole was not properly covered. The cover was not intact, as a result of which the boy fell into the manhole. In fact, to post that, of course, his parents were searching for him. Later, the CCTV footage showed his fall. In fact, when we spoke to the SP of Ahmednagar, he said that this is not a manhole. In fact, this is a lid of a water tank that gave away, and unfortunately the boy fell inside it. However, most people, the onlookers, say that this is a manhole which has been managed by the civic authorities there. Unfortunately, though, the police officials say that while an FIR will be registered, it will be registered against private people who are responsible for the premises and responsible for taking care of this manhole and the water tank. That's what the police officials have told us. But we'll have to wait and see, will accountability be fixed against any of the civic authorities or government officials, because it's not the first time that manhole-related deaths have been taking place, not just in a place like Ahmednagar, but across Maharashtra. Bombay High Court had also earlier wrapped civic authorities over number of deaths that happen as a result of manhole cover missing or not being intact, especially during monsoons. But certainly this has fallen into deaf ears, which is why more such incidents are continuing to happen. This time in Ahmednagar, where a 4-year-old child who was playing outside his residence fell inside a manhole because the protective grille was not intact.
Shifting our focus to the updates on the Wayanad landslides. Over 370 people have died in Wayanad landslides, but politics, it seems, is being played out over the issue. It's Centre versus Kerala government. Over 373 deaths that we are learning of at the moment. The numbers could rise further. Well, the Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav has spoken to NDTV and has blamed the Kerala government. He said that the disaster took place because the state government allowed illegal activities. He's also said the Kerala government has not been cooperating with Centre. And meanwhile, we also have had a conversation with Kollam MP, who's said that the centre has not been ready to hear the Kerala government. Well, Kollam MP N.K. Premachandran has also spoken exclusively to NDTV. Listen in.
Wayanad in Kerala is reeling under unspeakable tragedy with over 300 people dead due to landslides. A lot of it is being blamed on reckless commercial activities. Joining me now is Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for speaking to NDTV. I remember you went to Wayanad when the man versus wild conflict was at its peak. How do you see something like this disaster that has happened in Wayanad, sir?
जो मेन रीज़न सामने निकल कर के आ रहा है वो इस चीज़ को दिखा रहा है कि वहाँ पर लगातार इलीगल ह्यूमन हैबिटेट को बसाने का काम किया, टूरिज़्म के नाम पर एनक्रोचमेंट करने का काम किया। इको सेंसिटिव जोन का जो प्लान होना था वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉपर्ली तैयार नहीं किया और ये सब चीज़ें न्यूज़पेपर रिपोर्ट के अंतर्गत लगातार आई है। वेस्टर्न घाट का जो पूरा सेंसिटिव एरिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पर रेनफॉल ज़्यादा है, भूमि का जो है वो शैलो लैंड है और रिवर एरिया का जो विशेष रूप से ज़्यादा है और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में पेड़ों के काटने का काम हुआ है। इसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा नोटिफिकेशन में निकाला गया था और बाद में चूँकि ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट है, लैंड की ऑनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट होती है, तो हमने कहा था कि आप इसमें लोगों के ग्रीवेंसेस को पूरा करके जो फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार है उनकी कमेटी को रिपोर्ट दीजिए। उसको भी देने का काम नहीं किया गया। मुझे लगता है कि चूँकि लैंड ओनर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है फॉरेस्ट की, उनको इको सेंसिटिव जोन की जो गाइडलाइंस है उनका पालन करना चाहिए, और पालन करने के साथ ही साथ उनको इस बात का ध्यान देना चाहिए कि ये जो एरियाज़ हैं इसमें इलीगल जो बस्तियां बसाते हैं लोकल प्रोटेक्शन के दबाव में, और दूसरा जो इलीगल माइनिंग है, ये बड़ा इशू है, इसको उनको एड्रेस करना चाहिए। इसको प्रॉपर एड्रेस करने पर ही हम नेचर को बचा सकेंगे। और दूसरा, देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए, और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए।
सर, ये ESZ नोटिफिकेशन जो है इसको एक्सपेडाइट करने के लिए सेंटर क्या करिए? बिकॉज वेस्टर्न घाट्स
देखो, इसके लिए जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को कराने के लिए एक चीज़ तो कही गई थी कि आप अपने गाँव को फाइनलाइजेशन करिए। बाद में वो लोग लगातार बदलते रहे, हमारे पास भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे। मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पे एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया। वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं, पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं। उनको अपना एक जिम्मेदारी पूरी करनी चाहिए। एक बार होने के बाद इसको हम फाइनलाइजेशन कर देंगे।
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav saying that the state government in Kerala has not been cooperating when it comes to giving submissions of reports. There is a central committee that's already in place, and that is working on the ESZ notification. With camera person Sanjay, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV.
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is, because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there, so it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area, so it has to be exempted some particular area. Unfortunately, the government is not hearing the mindset of the people or the will of the people of the state of Kerala. Instead of that, they are unilaterally declaring it as ecologically sensitive area. That is the reason by which we are opposing. We are not opposing, we are making a suggestion to the government to kindly examine it. See this, we can very well convince the government of India that it cannot be done because of so many not political reasons, social conditions of the particular area.
They are also saying that the state government is hesitating in submitting the reports as well that needs to be prepared for Western Ghats. They've been constantly saying that they should.
This is actually on the basis of the Madhav Gadkal report. The Kasturi Rangan committee has been appointed and they have submitted the report, on which government of Kerala has also conducted a study by appointing an expert committee. That expert committee found out some solutions that we have submitted to the government of India. Unfortunately, the government of India is not taking into consideration the views of the government of Kerala, the people of Kerala, considering the huge density of population and so many institutions and all these in a particular area. Declaring it as an ecologically sensitive area means it is very difficult to convince them and it is very difficult to make it practical.
And it's an NDTV initiative, Care for Kerala. You can also donate and help those who suffer in the Wayanad landslides. We have also given the trust name, the Hope Trust, and bank details on your TV screens there. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. This is from Himachal Pradesh. 13 people have died and over 40 people are still missing in the cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, Kullu and Shimla districts that took place on the 31st of July. Army, NDRF, SDRF, CISF and Himachal Pradesh Police are all deployed to rescue those who could be stranded or trapped. Sniffer dogs, JCB machines have also been deployed to find those missing. Drones are also being used in the rescue operations which are still underway. Well, what is also being learned is that rescuers have now intensified the search operations by deploying more machinery and other equipments. Well, over 30 people are still believed to be missing in Samej village in the Rampur subdivision alone. All right, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some news coming in from Assam. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that his government will bring a new law that would impose a life term on people found guilty of love jihad. While most BJP-ruled states have laws against such forced conversions, plans are underway to make the provisions for punishment more stringent under the law by the Assam government. Listen in to Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Our government is in process of drafting a legislation which will give higher punishment for cases of love jihad. In Assam, this is rampant. People put their Hindu name in Facebook, lure a girl, and after marriage the girl discovered that the boy is not the same boy whom I married.
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has made some very important announcements saying that the state government will soon bring new legislation against what he claims is love jihad and land jihad. Now explaining it, he elaborated saying that the new legislation which is likely to be brought in the State Legislative Assembly in the ensuing monsoon session of the Assam Legislative Assembly later this month. And in this legislation, he claims that there will be provision in the anti-love jihad legislation where there would be punishment which will amount to life imprisonment. Now explaining it, he goes on to say that there have been cases where people have withheld their religious identity in interfaith marriages, and that the state government feels should not be allowed, and therefore stringent legislation is going to be brought in. However, the main opposition party, the Congress, has criticized this move, saying that this is only a diversionary tactics of the state government. The state government doesn't want to speak about the key issues of inflation and the floods in the state. The state Congress chief had challenged the chief minister, asking that why is the chief minister not speaking on the promises made by the BJP in the 2021 Assam election vision document? Why is the BJP mum about it? That's what the Congress is now asking the chief minister. After the chief minister made this announcement, the chief minister also said that there is an observation by the state government that in many places indigenous communities are losing land, and therefore in areas like the Gwalpara district or the Borpeta or the likewise areas, there would be new legislation on land coming in where the state government would look into the interfaith land transfer, and the interfaith land transfer can't take place without the permission of the state government. The state government goes on to say, the chief minister goes on to say that he is not against voluntary land transfer between two people of two different faiths, but if there is a pressure being applied or there is some force applied in terms of selling of the land or the land transfer, then the state government will intervene. So many would see both this new proposed legislation as controversial, but the state government says that they're doing this in the interest of the women, in the interest of the indigenous community. The state government is also going to amend the domicile policy, and the chief minister says that now on only those who are born in Assam will be eligible to apply for government jobs in Assam.
All right, we have more news now. 5 years ago, on August 5th, Article 370 was abrogated, which took away Jammu Kashmir's special status and statehood. The state was split into two union territories following its revocation, and the Jammu Kashmir unit of BJP is now today holding a rally to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Article 370 abrogation. Security has been beefed up in the region as a precautionary measure already to maintain law and order during the event. Now, opposition parties, including the Congress and PDP, have criticized the BJP for organizing the ceremony to celebrate Article 370 abrogation.
While BJP is today celebrating abrogation of Article 370, opposition parties are saying it is a dark day. Congress has said it is a dark day for Jammu and Kashmir because its statehood was smashed. So other regional parties as well. Ladakh, we have seen this uneasy calm in Ladakh for last several years. There have been, 4 years at least, there have been protests, hunger strikes demanding statehood and, sixth schedule, which gives them almost the same powers which they use, rights which they used to enjoy under Article 370 and 35A. In the valley, there's tourism boom. But in Jammu, it is terrorism. It is infiltration. And while the valley has been, Sri Kashmir Valley, counting tourists, and in Jammu, it is for last more than 1 year, at least for last 3 years, we see counting infiltration attempts and see. Here at Lal Chowk, it is the normal day, like any other day. The days of shutdown are gone.
Well, shifting our focus now to some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to resign. Army chief has met political leaders in the country and he is also expected to address shortly. Well, Bangladesh crisis has spiraled and student protests are now threatening the Hasina government. Well, we are learning Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her sister have already been taken to a safe shelter as hundreds of protesters are demanding that she resign amid the deadly protests that are taking place in the country. What reports are suggesting at the moment is that Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to resign and the army chief is also expected to address a press conference shortly. Well, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Meanwhile, the situation is quite tense in Bangladesh at this point in time as we are learning. Well, mobile internet has been suspended. A curfew has been imposed in the wake of deadly protests that are taking place in Bangladesh. And the information that is coming out at this point in time is that Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has already been taken to a safe shelter as demand for her resignation have grown. Now, that is the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details in just a bit. Big breaking news coming in. There are widespread protests that are taking place in Bangladesh demanding PM Sheikh Hasina's resignation. And now the information that's coming in at this point in time is that Sheikh Hasina is all set to resign. Well, the army chief is also expected to address a press conference in a bit from now. Meanwhile, we'll try and get more details as to what the situation at the moment is. What we are learning is that Sheikh Hasina has reportedly left the Dhaka Palace as army chief is all set to address the nation. Students have been demanding resignation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina after police forces have killed a number of people across Bangladesh since this month. A large number of students have already hit the streets, have been on the streets as part of their long march to Dhaka, and the police has been firing tear gas shells at the protesters. Also, internet has been shut down for indefinite period in the country. Well, that is what we are learning of. We'll try and get more information in just a bit. The latest that we're getting at the moment is that the army chief is expected to address shortly.
Subsequently scrapped, it was pulled back, but the protest never died down. The protest continuing in several parts of Bangladesh and certainly in Dhaka. These are images from Dhaka where thousands of people have gathered for these protests, which have now intensified, with more than 100 people having lost their lives. Unofficial reports suggest that 300 odd lives have already been lost. The army has been taking a more proactive role, and there are now very strong reports that the Bangladeshi Prime Minister may already have stepped down or is stepping down, and that the army chief of Bangladesh is that the Bangladesh army chief is now going to quickly make an announcement. It also comes at a stage when what we are seeing is massive, thousands of people gathered over there in Bangladesh. As I mentioned, there's been violence. India has advised our nationals not to travel to Bangladesh as well. Let's go quickly across to NDTV's Ghazali, who's been tracking these developments. Ghazali, firstly, has she stepped down, Sheikh Hasina, or is that expected any time now?
See, the local media reports are suggesting that Sheikh Hasina has stepped out and she has been moved to a safe house. Now, whether that safe house is in Dhaka but she has been moved out of her official residence is what the local media is reporting. And right now, the Chief of Bangladesh Army, General Waqaruzzaman, is meeting with leaders of various political parties and prominent people. And this meeting is going on at the Army headquarters. Earlier, he was scheduled to address at around 1:30 p.m., the Bangladesh local time, but that address has not yet happened. And perhaps he is meeting all the prominent leaders of different political parties. And after that meeting, he is expected to address the nation.
Of other information, we've seen the loss of about 100 lives which have taken place. Is there a sense that that number might in fact be much lower than what it is?
Yes, because all the approach highways which are coming to Dhaka has been occupied by the protesters, because the call was given of march to Dhaka on August 6th, but it was then rescheduled by one of the groups which is spearheading this protest called Students Against Discrimination, and they had called this march to happen at around 12 p.m. On August 5, that is today. But when all the protesters from every city started marching towards Dhaka, they met the security forces on the way, and there have been reported clashes at multiple locations on highways which are connecting Dhaka to other cities. So injuries can go up. The exact number is not known because the internet has been suspended in most parts of the country, and most of the websites of the newspapers are also not accessible or operational. So the exact number of injuries for today is not known yet, but more than 91 people were killed as the last update came from Dhaka.
All right, Ghazali, we'll take a short break, but we'll continue to track this story very, very closely indeed. A massive political crisis in Bangladesh, with the Bangladeshi Prime Minister either having stepped down or in the process of stepping down, reportedly having been taken to a safe house at a time when tens of thousands of people have assembled in the Bangladeshi capital. She may be in a safe house right now. The Army Chief of Bangladesh expected to speak at any stage now, with student protests getting quite out of control. It all started as a result of a quota in government jobs which had been announced by which had been cleared in fact by the court. There was an effort by the court to actually roll that back. Initially, however, the Prime Minister endorsed that, and even though she did later on try and roll that back or announce the rollback, it was too late. Massive protests in a country where there is approximately a 30% unemployment rate for students who are otherwise qualified. That's what this is all about. We're going to take a short break and continue with this breaking news on the situation in Bangladesh.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Welcome back. The big breaking news story. We are tracking a political crisis in Dhaka, Bangladesh, with the government about to fall. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, reportedly in a safe house at this stage, apparently may have already stepped down as Prime Minister of the country after the active involvement of the army, which has now moved in with tens of thousands of people protesters out on the streets of Dhaka, as that situation with regard to protests, which has already resulted in the loss of more than 100 lives, gets progressively more and more out of control. The army chief has been meeting political leaders and, as I understand it, at this stage is expected to address a press conference anytime now. Sources at this juncture, and we can use that word sources, indicating that Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina Wajid has resigned. The press conference by the army chief could take place at any stage now. As I mentioned, more than 100 people have died. Internet has been suspended. A curfew has been put in place. These are as a result of student protests. What exactly is this all about? Well, several weeks back, the Bangladesh High Court, the Supreme Court in Bangladesh actually allowed certain reservations in government jobs to continue to be granted to those who were the relatives or the next of kin of those who had served in the war for independence. This resulted in massive protests in the country because the quota in jobs was a whopping 30%. In a country which has a significant unemployment rate, this resulted in protests, student protests, who said that this had to go. And even though the court did roll this back, and the government in fact announced that this was being rolled back, it didn't stop the intensity of the protests. The Prime Minister said she would take action against the protesters. The army said that, however, yesterday, and this was a significant statement by the army, when they actually said that they would stand by the people, and this may well have been a first sign that in fact the Bangladesh army was going to go against the Prime Minister. At this stage, it's a law and order crisis. We don't really know who's in charge. This is a major South Asian country, a very populous country, law and order completely out of control. But at this juncture, there are indicators that the Prime Minister may have stepped down or may have been forced to resign, with the army now essentially in touch. Let's get Ghazali back on the phone line if we can. But let me just give you the latest update that we have at this stage. What we were reporting as 100 dead, there are some indicators that the death toll in Bangladesh in terms of these protests has actually gone up to 300 odd who have lost their lives. In terms of a few more details, what we are seeing now on our screen is a long march into Dhaka by protesters. Remember, a lot of people in Bangladesh are only by word of mouth at this juncture getting to know about these protests. The government, as a means of ensuring that these protests don't get completely out of hand, has suspended the internet. There is a curfew which has been announced. The demand of these students is one and one only: the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina must step down. The army has introduced a curfew in Dhaka that took place from last night, an indefinite curfew that has not stopped these protesters from coming in, that has not stopped the violence or the clashes, which began once again with great deal more ferocity yesterday morning. Protesters were attending the non-cooperation program under the banner of the Students Against Discrimination with a one-point agenda: Ms. Hasina has to step down. What is this all about? We'll explain this to you with a great deal of detail. My colleague Vishal joins us now. Vishal, firstly, what are you hearing? Has the Prime Minister stepped down? Is she being kept in safe custody? Will there be a press conference soon?
So as we speak, there are different reports coming in. There are several international media. They're saying that Bangladeshi PM Sheikh Hasina has resigned indeed. But so far, there's no confirmation from the ground. International media, as I mentioned earlier, they are reporting that. And also some other reports are saying that she has already left the country or she's on the way out of the country. She has either gone to London or she could have also, gone to some other country. So confirmation is remaining, but reports are suggesting that she has stepped down after days and weeks of protests, violent protests. At least 300 to 350 people have been killed ever since the protests were sparked last month, mid-July. Students were demanding, scaling back of quotas, and they had gotten some kind of relief in that area. But the protests started again yesterday when students said that they want the ouster of the government. They wanted the PM to resign. In a short while from now, the Army Chief of Bangladesh is also set to address a press conference that will give us details as to what exactly has happened. Has she resigned? Has Sheikh Hasina's iron fist rule finally come to an end? All of that will be probably answered when Army Chief of Bangladesh addresses that conference.
So Vishal, let's talk a little bit about what this is all about. There has been a lot of protests across Bangladesh after a quota system for government jobs was reintroduced. It was actually cleared by a court. Sheikh Hasina, of course, endorsed it. And even though there was a rollback, it seems that these protesters aren't satisfied.
That is true. So beforehand, the quota was about of 40%. Then it was scaled back down to about 5% by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh a few weeks ago. That was done in the wake of the violent protest, which had killed about 200 people. So after that, the protesters had quieted down a bit. But in the last few days, they seem to have gathered momentum. A new student organization had come up and they had called for a nationwide protest and called for the ouster of the government and asked for a nationwide movement, which was started yesterday. And it was supposed to be a 10-day. It is supposed to be a 10-day movement starting yesterday. So in just one day of that movement, more than 100 people have reportedly been killed. A lot of women, children, a lot of police personnel have been killed. About 15 odd police personnel were killed just yesterday. So all of that happening within the space of just 48 hours. And now it seems that, however, there's no confirmation as yet, but it seems that PM of Bangladesh has finally resigned.
All right, Vishal, I'm just going to, Ghazali, you're on air. Can you just be ready for that? At least 98 people were killed yesterday alone. The death toll, AFP reporting in Bangladesh, is at 300 at this stage. The Bangladesh High Court ruled in favor of reinstating a 30% quota in government jobs for descendants of freedom fighters. That's what this is all about. Ghazali, what is the latest that you're picking up about Sheikh Hasina?
See, we are being told from local agencies that she has left her official residence, but her location is not known yet. Rumors arrived that perhaps she has also left Bangladesh. That's not confirmed. Some images of her close to a chopper is being circulating on the social media. That's unverified for now. And right now, what we can report is that thousands of protesters have reached Dhaka, and they are trying to break into Sheikh Hasina's official residence. Now, amid all
that
this,
is the latest news that we are getting, and both of you just reflect on this. Thousands of protesters have stormed the palace of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is what AFP is now reporting. Bangladesh's Channel 24 has been broadcasting images of crowds entering the Premier's official residence. We're just going to stick to this channel. Let's listen into what they're saying, and I'll try and translate.
দর্শক আপনারা স্ক্রিনে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন চ্যানেল 24 এর পর্দায় এক্সক্লুসিভ দেখতে পাচ্ছেন যে সাধারণ মানুষের যে অভিব্যক্তি সেটা কিন্তু ফুটে উঠেছে। সাধারণ মানুষ ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে গণভবনের ভেতরে, এবং
মজার ব্যাপার হচ্ছে এই মাঠে আমি সাংবাদিক হিসেবে আমার সুযোগ হয়েছিল, অনেকের যাওয়ার সুযোগ হয় না, তাদের জন্য আজকে গেট খোলা, সম্পূর্ণ দরজা খোলা।
যাদের গণভবন যাওয়ার সুযোগ
The gates have been opened up for ordinary people who otherwise don't have the ability of entering this. As I understand it, the images that you are seeing are from the Prime Minister's residence. There is ransacking that is now taking place. These people are walking off with chairs from the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina.
এটা আসলে মানুষের আবেগ, এটা এই মানুষকে আসলে থামানো মুশকিল। তবে যাদের রক্তের উপর দিয়ে আজকের এই অর্জন, তাদের কথা পৃথিবীর ইতিহাসে, বাংলাদেশের ইতিহাসে জল করবে। 24-এর এই আন্দোলন, অনেকেই ফেসবুকে অনেক কিছু লিখতে পারেন না, এই সব কিছুই মানুষ মনে রাখবে। গণমাধ্যমে অনেক কিছুই আমরা যারা আসলে অনেক কিছুই দেখাতে পারিনি, সেটিও মানুষ মনে রাখবে।
Forever, says the commentator on Bangladesh 24 now. The protests which are taking place now are historic.
সেনাপ্রধান জেনারেল ওয়াকারুজ্জামান তিনি অন্যান্য বিভিন্ন রাজনৈতিক দলের সাথে বৈঠক করছেন।
The army chief is meeting political leaders from various parties at this stage.
ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল সহ আরো ডক্টর হোসেন জিল্লুর, তাদের সাথেও বৈঠক করছেন। আমরা
Several meetings taking place with opposition and other leaders. Right now, the army chief, the Bangladeshi army, is leading these.
গেছেন, কি ধরনের সিদ্ধান্ত আসে সেটি আমরা হয়তো কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই জানবো।
What decision is finally taken by them is something we'll get to know very soon.
2টার সময় একটা ব্রিফিং হবে, এবং ওই ব্রিফিং এর তারপরে হচ্ছে যে আমরা পরিষ্কার হব, কিন্তু সেই ব্রিফিংটা আসলে সেটি পেছানো হয়েছে। আমরা পরে আবার শুনলাম সেটি 3টায়, এখন 3:30 বাজে প্রায়। এখন পর্যন্ত আমরা সেটি
The meeting has been delayed somewhat. A press briefing has been delayed somewhat by approximately half an hour. They said that it would take place at 3 p.m. Bangladesh time, which I think Bangladesh is half an hour ahead of us. That has been pushed to 3:30 p.m. is what is being said. So, irrespective, that important announcement has been delayed.
এটি একটি ঐতিহাসিক মুহূর্ত, আসলে এটি ঐতিহাসিক। এই সময়গুলো, এই গত 30টা দিন বাংলাদেশে যা ঘটেছে, আজকে জুলাই মাসের 36, তাই না? 36 জুলাই। যারা আন্দোলনকারী তারা বারবার এটি বলছিলেন,
আন্দোলনকারী এই নতুন জেনারেশনের যে ছাত্রছাত্রীরা যারা বিক্ষোভের ডাক দিয়েছিল, যারা প্রতিবাদ করেছিল শুরু থেকে, তারা এই জুলাই মাস থেকে বলেছে যে শেষ হয়নি, যে যারা শহীদ হয়েছেন
protesters who've been involved in these protests have been going on about this since the month of July. They never felt that the protests actually ended, and this is the culmination of the protests which started at that stage.
এবং সেই সাথে আমরা দেখছি দর্শক, এই মুহূর্তে আমরা স্ক্রিনে যেটি দেখছি,
এই আন্দোলন সম্পর্কে আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই জানেন দর্শক, যেখান থেকে শুরু কোটা আন্দোলন, কোটা সংস্কার আন্দোলন, কোটা বিরোধী আন্দোলন, বিভিন্ন রকমের নাম দিতে পারেন, কিন্তু মূলত ছিল এটি ছাত্র আন্দোলন।
This is a students' protest. It is a protest against the quota which was announced. You can call it whatever you want, but that's what's taking place right now. The images on the left-hand side, as I understand it, maybe from the residence, the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, or a part of her residence. She has been taken into safety. There is an announcement which is expected to take place anytime now. Okay, there's a helicopter in the air right now. I'm being told that might be one of the helicopters which is being used to ferry out possibly Sheikh Hasina or other people in her government. So that's a Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force. The Prime Minister might actually be in that, being moved out of Dhaka, or at least one part of Dhaka, and being taken to safety. The protesters have stormed into her residence. They've been making off with chairs that we saw on our screens. Let's continue to listen in to commentary as, once again, I repeat, these are images of a Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force, which has been used possibly to have Sheikh Hasina out. And let's keep listening in. That's a sofa. The people are on rickshaws and taking them away. All right, these are remarkable images that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. As I understand it, this is the official residence of the Bangladesh Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina. There's a real crisis in the country right now. The Bangladesh government has collapsed. Sheikh Hasina has been flown away by a military helicopter, it now appears. People have been ransacking her house. These are student protests over a quota which was introduced for government jobs, who've been continuing to protest. Even though the quota was rolled back, there was no stopping the protests. 100 people were killed yesterday in the violence. As many as 300 people, some reports suggest, have lost their lives already. On your right are images from her premise, from the compound, and inside images on the left-hand side of your screen. At least 98 people were killed on Sunday, as I mentioned, because of these violent clashes. AFP reporting that 300 people are dead. This according to police and medical sources. Bangladesh has a curfew right now. Despite that curfew, these protests continue to take place. On the left-hand side of your screen, there's an image of a helicopter that you'll see. There are some suggestions that that is the helicopter that she took to be escorted out of the national capital. What are these protests all about? They began last month when the Bangladesh High Court ruled in favor of reinstating a 30% quota in government jobs for relatives or descendants of freedom fighters. After the Prime Minister refused to meet student demands to reverse the order, the protests intensified, which led to clashes with police and government supporting groups. Earlier on, 200 people were killed. That number went up by nearly 100 yesterday. Many were injured when the protests began in right earnest in July. The government, as a result of all of this, has cut off connectivity through broadband or internet. That was apparently announced for a period of 11 days at this juncture. We don't know if that internet is up in Dhaka at the moment. It was restored a little later. The protests had reduced for a while as talks began with the government, but started again as students called for a nationwide civil disobedience movement. They asked the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to step down from her position. They were demanding a public apology from Hasina for the deaths and the removal of several of her ministers. That was a secondary demand. They also want the government to reopen schools and universities which had been closed since the protests intensified. But the situation now on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital, Dhaka, completely out of control. Sheikh Hasina, as we understand it, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been flown out of the national capital. There's pilfering that is taking place in her official residence. People inside and outside her home. Bangladesh, Channel 24 Bangladesh, who we were listening to, describing the sentiments of these protesters, saying that this was a historic day in the history of Bangladesh. Let's just listen into what's happening now and I'll translate.
ডক্টর হোসেন জিল্লুরের কথা আমরা শুনেছি, এছাড়াও বিভিন্ন রাজনৈতিক দলের সিনিয়র নেতৃবৃন্দ তাদেরকেও তারা ডেকেছেন।
The army has called meetings with several opposition leaders, and the commentator naming some of those leaders from the opposition, presumably the government as well, who will be meeting with the army. We expect an army press conference. Last I heard that press conference has been delayed.
চালানো হবে বা ঘোষণাটা কিভাবে দেয়া হবে সবকিছুই হয়তো তিনি একটা পরিষ্কার ধারণা হয়তো দিবেন। গণভবনের যেই ছবি আপনারা দেখছেন এটি আসলে ঐতিহাসিক, কারণ এই গণভবন বহু কিছু সাক্ষী। গত 2000 সম্ভবত আমি যদি মনে করতে পারি 2013
All right, these images were coming from Ganabhavan in Dhaka. Ganabhavan, as I understand it, the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. That commentator saying that the images were historic, but again, playing out that one image, that one small video again in loop. That Mi-17 helicopter apparently was the one which, as I understand it, took Sheikh Hasina to safety. Where she's been taken, we don't know at this stage, but she has fled. She's been escorted to safety with the Bangladesh crisis now escalating out of proportion completely. The Prime Minister being taken out of Dhaka. The images from Ganabhavan, and let's have those images out once again, is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It's located in the north corner of the National Parliament House, which is in turn located in Shere Bangla Nagar in Dhaka. After independence, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman worked in Bongo Bhavan, which is located on Minto Road. So that was another place. This was created more recently. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina moved into Ganabhavan on the 6th of March 2010, more than a year after she'd been elected. So that is a new, relatively new official. Let's just listen into what's taking place. All right, apologies. These are earlier images of. Let's have these images out since they seem to convey a wrong picture right now. Those were earlier file pictures of Sheikh Hasina, who is now nowhere to be seen after she's been moved out by helicopter. Let's have those images up of Ganabhavan once again. Listen to that commentary once again. To give you an idea of the looting which is taking place, of pilfering that is taking place. The commentary over there which we heard was of students, was of people saying that, this was the gates were completely closed of this official residence. They've been thrown open. Even the tone of the commentary indicated angst and anger at Sheikh Hasina. Let's listen in.
এখনো হয়তো ছাড়ার চেষ্টা করবেন বা করছেন এবং অনেকেই হয় আমরা যখন সাংবাদিকতার দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি থেকে বলি যে অনেকেই এইটা বিশ্বাস করতেন না যে শেখ হাসিনা সরকারের কোনো সময় পতন হবে এবং এটা অবিশ্বাস্য তারা মনে করতেন সেই জায়গায় তারা একটা প্রমাণ হয়তো পেলেন যে না সবকিছুরই একটা শেষ আছে সবকিছুর একটা শেষ হয়
All right, so the commentator over there saying that it is that people earlier on in Dhaka and in Bangladesh could never believe that Sheikh Hasina would cease to be in power, but the gates have been thrown open, people are inside, and this is proof, and this is testimony to the fact that this is something that can happen and is happening. The images on the right-hand side of your screen, dramatic images of protesters inside the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, making way, walking off with chairs and sofas, which we've seen, putting them onto rickshaws and taking them away. I mean, utensils being taken away as well. And the image on the left, apparently, of a helicopter used by Sheikh Hasina to be evacuated out of that area. I'm joined now by my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who with more on this. Saurabh, go ahead.
Well, Ganabhavan, of course, was breached a few, perhaps minutes ago. And of course, Sheikh Hasina was before that airlifted to a safer location, given that the protesters had defied curfew and were marching in Dhaka. Now, this, of course, is an unfolding situation. Political stability in Dhaka right now is the word that perhaps everybody is talking about, given the fact that the Prime Minister has been airlifted. We don't know what happens next because we're all waiting, like you said, for that press conference of the army chief, where of course what next for Bangladesh is going to be revealed with the army chief speaking to the nation. But before that, what we've seen is Sheikh Hasina and her family members, including her sister, have been airlifted from Ganabhavan. A little before actually it was breached by these protesters. The images of Ganabhavan being breached are quite of course dramatic, as you were explaining, people walking off with stuff. But Ganabhavan is, let me tell you, a highly guarded, high security residence, official residence of Sheikh Hasina. It used to be her residence till at least a few hours ago. She was airlifted from there, given the fact that these, this kind of a situation was anticipated, and she's now, of course, been airlifted. Destination unknown is what we are being given to understand from local media reports and our sources in Bangladesh. But she has been moved to a safer location as Ganabhavan, the official residence of the Prime Minister, has been breached by protesters who defied curfew to march through the streets of Dhaka this morning. And of course, like we said, this was of course planned action. There was, of course, that curfew, but there was also, the understanding that in all likelihood that curfew was going to be breached as lakhs of protesters were to actually, gather there. And now, of course, we have images of Ganobhavan being breached with Sheikh Hasina having left Ganobhavan in a military helicopter, airlifted to a safer location.
Saurav, I'm just going to go through a couple of the main points over here. I'm going to come back to you and just describe with me what is exactly taking place. The latest news that we have at this stage is that Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been moved to safety. Her house has been ransacked. Protesters are in the premises of Ganobhavan, that is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Some reports suggest may have actually fled the country. Is she in India? That's a question that really does need to be asked at this stage. We do not know. Protesters have stormed the Prime Minister's palace. The Prime Minister's son has appealed to security forces. The Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's son Sajib Wajed said in a social media post, "Your duty is to keep our people safe and our country safe and to uphold the constitution. It means don't allow any unelected government to come to power for 1 minute. It is your duty." The protests have intensified. Earlier reports suggested that resignation was a possibility. Irrespective of whether she's resigned or not, she's been moved out, possibly of Dhaka, to relative safety. Whether she's still in the country or she's been moved out, and if so, is she on her way to India, is something that needs to be looked at closely. Troops have been patrolling with armored personnel carriers for a while now, but they have actually not engaged in violent clashes per se with, given the numbers, but we have seen the loss of 300 lives. But in terms of numbers, some suggest that as many as 3 lakh people have lost their lives. These are incredible images taking place. That's the father of the nation. Protests taking place, people clamoring over that statue of Mujibur Rahman. Let's just go across to Ayanjit Sen, Bangladesh Affairs expert. These are drastic images, radical images that you actually see on our screen. Could you give us an idea or your sense of what's happening? The images we see are actually of people clamoring onto a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the former president of Bangladesh. One of the most charismatic leaders in the 70s, a daring statesman, but obviously that legacy is now under threat.
Yes, Vishnu. I think the country of Bangladesh is in complete chaos. And, what has happened over the past few days, but what happened today has been a huge surprise because, we are witnessing history as a way that Waqf, the army chief, is going to address shortly. And on the anvil, what's going to happen is that in all likelihood, she will have to resign and probably give over the, now what happens post that, whether there'll be new elections coming in or, anything else on the anvil, we'll have to wait and see. But
Orange, let me ask you this. The images that we see on our screen right now on the right, you see a protester right next or on a statue, climbing up a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the most iconic Bangladeshi leader, the leader of Bangladesh who led their country to freedom, extremely close to India. And the protests which have been taking place are over quotas which were given to the descendants of freedom fighters, which a lot of people in Bangladesh, these students said, were unacceptable. Is this a new generation of Bangladeshis who feel that legacy is probably problematic if it comes in the way of employment?
I think definitely, because Bangladesh currently is undergoing a huge amount of unemployment with the figures really high. And originally, when the quota system was introduced with, a huge amount of jobs being kept for jobs, of course, and even in the university seats being kept for people who fought the 1971
These are very, very
war.
tragic images. Let's have that up full screen, please. That man trying to break down that statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Mujibur Rahman had the honorific prefix of Bangabandhu. He was a Bangladeshi politician, a revolutionary, a statesman. He held many positions as Bangladesh's president or its prime minister from April 1971 until his assassination in August 1975, extremely close to India, but the single most revered figure in Bangladesh. And you've got people with pickaxes trying to destroy that statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. There is mad protest right now taking place in Bangladesh. The legacy of their greatest freedom fighters now being sort of threatened. Let's just go across to Zulkarnain Sair Khan, an investigative journalist. Mr. Khan, thank you very much for joining us. The images that we see are from Ganabhavan, the residence of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister who's now fled. What are some of the details that you're picking up?
Well, this is very extraordinary scene coming from Dhaka, Bangladesh. The people who have been oppressed for nearly 2 decades, for 15 years, they have all come out to the streets. And you can see how jubilant and how happy they look. On the other hand, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, it is a shame that she failed to contain the democracy of the country. She failed probably in all possible segments to uphold democratic values and people's rights.
Zulkarnain, just to put this in perspective, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is the father of Sheikh Hasina, right?
Right, yes.
And therefore, this is anger being directed at the man who in many ways gave Bangladesh its independence. From East Pakistan, they went to Bangladesh. The father of the present Prime Minister, his statue being broken down. Could you explain to us the significance of this moment?
It is absolutely, it is saddening. I personally, I feel bad about it because Sheikh Mujibur Rahman has, of course, positive contribution to Bangladesh's independence. But again, responsibility goes to Sheikh Hasina because Hasina and the party, they have kind of created a cult around Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in Bangladesh. So you go anywhere, it will be named after the Sheikh families. So hospitals, colleges, numbers of public institutions, it's all about Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So what you think is an outburst of public that they are showing the retaliation, that it was not a wise thing to do. You just cannot rebrand an entire country in your father's name.
All right. What happens next? The army is out on the streets, but they are not protesting. They're not taking on the protesters. Obviously, the numbers are too large. The numbers that we have seen are being reported up to 4 lakh protesters. Is that what you've also heard?
I have heard it's around 10 lakh protesters have marched towards Dhaka from every part of the country.
All right, and that image of that helicopter that we actually saw was the one which Sheikh Hasina apparently boarded to escape. Do we know where she's gone?
The last what I have heard, the very last from a very credible source in the military is India have denied Sheikh Hasina any entry access, and also United Kingdom denied Sheikh Hasina any kind of entry access. So she is still waiting in Dhaka to fly to a safer destination. I have been told that she is trying to go to Belarus.
You've been told that she's trying to go to Belarus, and that
Yes.
she's been denied access by India. Is that right? Is that what you're hearing?
That's what I have been told. I cannot verify that, but it came from a military source,
Right.
a highly placed military source.
Right. And we expect the army chief to address the nation very soon, right?
Very soon, yes, in next 15 minutes time. It's quite normal because India have already supported Sheikh Hasina throughout all these years. They stood by her, but again, what she did, she has blood on her hand. Hundreds of school kids, even children were killed in this mayhem, which we have witnessed since 16th of July. So she will have to be held responsible for this. And nobody would like to have such a liability in their country and then create a diplomatic riffle with the counterpart.
All right. Could you tell us a little bit about the army chief? Is there any sense that if it is the army which is in charge, and quite evidently they are in charge,
I can't hear you.
Then go ahead.
I cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
No, I'm just trying to say that are we looking at a protracted period of military rule in Bangladesh?
I don't really think so. Because Bangladesh military would like to stay away from state affairs like this. So I have a strong feeling that there will be a transitional neutral government formed by experts like academicians, teachers, or ex-bureaucrats. So I don't really think army would take anything like that. Army would intervene in that.
So what your sources are indicating, Mr. Khan, is that she's headed to Belarusia, right?
That's what I have been told last, that India denied her any kind of access. United Kingdom denied her any kind of access, and now they're attempting to fly to Belarus. Yes.
All right. Now, just for the benefit of viewers over here in India and indeed around the world, since we broadcast around the world, there was a rollback, right, to the quota. It was a 30% quota for the descendants of freedom fighters in government jobs. That was then rolled back. Why did the protest continue?
The protest continued because when the protest started, before 16th of July, it was all going on very peacefully. It all went sour when Sheikh Hasina used the term Razakar to vilify the protesters, because Razakar is a term that is seen as derogatory in Bangladesh. Razakars are basically the AD of Pakistani troops who killed hundreds of thousands of Bangladeshis during the War of Independence in 1971. So, it was kind of a war of choice by Sheikh Hasina and her party men to vilify people who they do not like. So they also termed these Gen Z kids as Razakars. So a kid born in year 2000, if you tell him that you were you come from a Razakar family or you're a Razakar yourself, it just doesn't look nice.
And then, could you give us a sense of how these protests have actually been spreading across the country, not just in the last few days, but since the month of July?
The protests spread because after that 16th of July, there was very fierce clash between students and police and Army League, the ruling party's student wing, and they killed nearly 300 students, including children. Their sniper men were assigned to take down targets. So we have seen 44 headshots, 44 deaths with headshot wounds and neck wounds. And while forensically identified those, we figured out that they were shot with 7.62 into 54 bullet, which was shot from a sniper gun. So how on earth somebody can assign snipers to take down?
All right, Mr. Khan, hold on for half a second. I'm just going to listen in to what Channel 24 Bangladesh is saying and translate. Yeah. All right, we'll get the live images up in a moment. We expect the Bangladesh Army Chief to speak anytime now, but I just want to reflect on these images once again. That is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, of independent Bangladesh, the man who took Bangladesh to nationhood, the father of Sheikh Hasina. Let's just go back, and that statue was being destroyed. But for the moment, let's go back to these live images and see what we can report.
কথা আমরা শুনেছি, অন্যান্য রাজনৈতিক দল, জাতীয় পার্টির সিনিয়র দুজনের কথাও আমরা শুনলাম। তাদের সাথে কথা বলে আসলে এখন বোঝা যাবে আসলে।
Already there's a press conference which is about to be set up right now. I could see the podium, as it were, which was set up just on the left-hand side of your screen. We expect the Army Chief. Okay, let's try and listen in.
আপনারা জানেন যে দেশে একটা ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম।
There is a crisis in the country. I have invited all opposition leaders and political leaders here.
আলোচনা করেছি, সেখানে আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট আমরা ফর্ম করব।
We've taken a decision to form an interim government.
গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে।
Business will continue in this country through this interim government.
যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলাপ আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব।
We will run this government with an interim government. Run this country with an interim government.
হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব।
We will take all decisions.
আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন,
trust the armed forces.
আমি সমস্ত দায়-দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
I take all responsibility.
আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি।
I promise all of you.
আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না। ইনশাআল্লাহ আপনাদের যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব।
I assure all of you that we will meet your demands.
ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন।
Please support us.
দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর, হত্যা,
stop the murder, stop the violence, stop the destruction.
এগুলো থেকে বিরত হন।
Please remove yourself from this violence.
আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একসাথে যদি কাজ করেন, করি আমরা।
Listen to us, work with us.
আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হতে পারব।
We will work to a proper solution for Bangladesh.
মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না।
We cannot achieve anything through violence.
পাবো না। সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন।
Therefore, I ask all of you to stop the sangharsh, to stop the violence, to stop the protests.
প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে।
There will be decisions which are taken about everything wrong that has taken place.
নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন। আমি ওনাদের ইনভাইট করেছিলাম এখানে।
I've invited all the leaders over here. We've had a conversation.
আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
It's been a positive conversation.
এই আলোচনাটা
in that conversation
ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে
in that conversation we spoke about the creation of an interim government and I assure you that the interim government will work.
ত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন interim government ফর্ম করে আমরা
all right, we'll come back to audio in just a moment. That's the Bangladesh Army chief over there saying that there is an interim government which is going to be formed in Bangladesh. That interim government is going to be formed on the basis of a conversation which has taken place in the last little while with several opposition leaders and other political leaders over there. He's made an appeal to all of the protesters to end the protests, to end the murders, to end the violence, and has said to work with the army and to have faith in the army. And he's promised the protesters, let's just keep listening in.
এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসে।
প্লিজ রিটার্ন টু আ পাথ অফ
অনেক ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে।
People in the villages have died as well.
আপনারা বিরত হন এবং আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
Please help us. I take all responsibilities.
ধন্যবাদ।
চেষ্টা করছেন আমরা আবারও শুনি।
Thank you.
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে আলাপ আলোচনার মাধ্যমে এটা আমরা করব। আজকে এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের শীর্ষস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন।
All right, we're waiting for this audio to be restored.
দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওরা এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, না আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না। হ্যাঁ আজকে বিকজ আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি, আমরা আজকে যে এই পরিস্থিতি এটা একটা আমরা একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণ নিয়ে আসবো। সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে।
The armed forces are continuing to try to ensure that peace is maintained.
দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক
it's the responsibility of students as well.
দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা,
to assist the armed forces.
এবং আপনারা মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে
and through the media I'd like to say
একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন,
please help us.
সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজে
so that we can bring control to the situation at hand.
না, যদি জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই।
A curfew will not be required if the situation becomes peaceful.
প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
The armed forces will not open fire. I have passed an order.
আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে
I assure you that after my statement now,
আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিবেশের দিকে যাচ্ছি।
we are headed in a good direction, in a beautiful direction.
আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব, বাট আমাদের
we are going to try and find a solution by tonight.
এটা আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি,
it's too early,
আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতি,
we are going to be talking, we are going to be having discussions.
আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দরা তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন।
All right, the Bangladesh Army Chief over there naming all of the political leaders who were called for the meeting, which has just taken place. There's been a decision to form an interim government. Further decisions will be taken in the next couple of hours. The bust over there on the right-hand side of your screen was of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father, the father of Bangladesh. The fact that they are trying to destroy his statue gives you an idea of the extent of anger in Bangladesh at this stage. Sheikh Hasina has been moved to safety.
যেহেতু ওনাকে
there will be a new government in place,
এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি আশা করব যে এই ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে হবে, কাজ দিবে, এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন।
There is a video message which has been sent to students in Bangladesh.
যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন।
The more you ask me, the more you're delaying me.
It's too early. আমরা
It's all too early.
কাজ করতে দেন, একটু সময় দেন।
Give me a little bit of time.
আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব।
We are going to find a solution.
আপনারা সবাই যারা আন্দোলনরত, যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান।
Everybody please go home.
আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
দর্শক আপনারা
All right, the Bangladesh Army Chief over there addressing the nation, a stunning couple of hours where Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been moved to safety. Her house has been ransacked. A statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father, also the father of Bangladesh, being defiled over there. Efforts to sort of break it down with using an axe. The Bangladesh Army Chief, in a press conference that you just heard right now, and I translated it, basically saying that there is an interim government which is being formed in Bangladesh. Repeated appeals to student protesters in Bangladesh to ensure that there is no violence, to go home, to work with the armed forces. Political leaders in Bangladesh have had a meeting with the Bangladesh Army Chief. The Bangladesh Army Chief has told the armed forces not to open fire, but he has also told protesters that they must end the murders, they must end the violence, they must end the destruction, and that there is a beautiful path ahead for Bangladesh, and that he promises people and all of the protesters that all of the problems or the issues they have will be resolved favorably. Let's go back to Zulkarnain Sair Khan. Mr. Khan, you heard as much as I did what was being said. Any takeaways for you? Mr. Khan, can you hear me? All right, let's see if we've got Ayanjit Sen with us. Mr. Sen, you heard what the Bangladesh Army Chief had to say. Could you give us your sense of what you heard?
Well, in all likelihood, Jamaat and BNP together are going to form the next government, which is because at the end of the day, one thing you have to remember that nobody from the erstwhile Awami League came for the meeting, as the army chief mentioned. So from that perspective, if we see that the opposition is going to come back to the government, of course, an interim government all but sure that the opposition is going to come back to power here in Bangladesh.
There was an important message for Indian citizens as well from the External Affairs Ministry. It's a statement which came yesterday. They are repeating that statement now. Advisory for Bangladesh: in view of the ongoing developments, Indian nationals are strongly advised against travelling to Bangladesh till further notice. All Indian nationals presently in Bangladesh are advised to exercise extreme caution, restrict their movements and remain in contact with the High Commission of India in Dhaka through emergency phone numbers. And a series of numbers have been listed at this stage. But a real crisis which has taken place in Bangladesh. Mr. Sen, did you manage to hear anything in that press conference about Sheikh Hasina and her whereabouts?
Yeah.
By the army chief at all, because as one of your experts said before, that she's not being flown into India or even Great Britain, which had apparently or reportedly said no to her presence over there. But it's in all likelihood, if she's fleeing to a foreign country, whichever country that is, if it's Belarus at the end of the day. But one thing is sure that first of all, the Council of Ministers who are right now in Dhaka, a few of them, I spoke to one of them today morning itself, and the state of the way he spoke, he talked about incidentally, there was one very interesting element which came out 2 days back from the Pakistan High Commission in Dhaka, and it apparently said that in that written note from the Pakistan High Commission, it basically said that the students who are on protesting right now have approached the Pakistan High Commission and have asked for whatever help they can provide, to which the Pakistan High Commission has said that yes, we will provide all kind of help that is required for the protesting students. Now that's an interesting aspect which came up a couple of days back, which was not put out in the media from that perspective, but one of the Council of Ministers who was still there in Dhaka told me a few hours back that the situation is absolutely out of hands right now, and he is actually trying to now flee the country. Because
what I can share with you at this stage as well is there's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport which took off a short while back, right? And we can track it on flight radar. It's flown overhead Kolkata without landing in Kolkata and is headed north at this stage. It's flying at an altitude of about 24,000 feet. It is south of Durgapur at this stage. The C-130 is a transport aircraft. It's a military aircraft. The Bangladesh Air Force operates it. Where is the C-130 headed? We don't know, because I'm going to try and see if my camera person can zoom in to this image that I have on my screen. Can my camera person please zoom in? Hi, can we just zoom in, if possible, to this image on our screen right now? Okay, and let's just cut to an image of this plane. This is on flight radar 24. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to, yeah, great. So I'm going to show you what this is. Flight radar 24. This could be the plane carrying Sheikh Hasina. If it is, then it is a plane which took off from. It is a plane which took off from Bangladesh, from presumably from Dhaka. It flew direct overhead Kolkata, but as you can see, it didn't land in Kolkata. So I'm going to zoom in further over there. It directly crossed Kolkata without landing in Kolkata, right? It's now moving up, and we just follow the blue line that you see on the screen over there. It's south of Durgapur. It is past right now. We'll be looking at this very, very closely. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport with the code name Ajax 1431, that's the call sign, Ajax 1431, why would it be in Indian airspace at all at this stage? It's south of Asansol now. It'll be crossing into Bihar at some stage. Flight radar doesn't know where exactly, flight radar doesn't know where it's going to be headed at this stage. So we don't know where it's going to be headed over here, and we don't know the exact time. But I would suggest that the movement of this flight that you see on your screen, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Let's see if we can actually see this a little bit better if I hold it up like this. All right, I don't have it right now. But Ajax 1431 is the name of the aircraft, and I'm just going to try and track it one more time and show it on the map right now. Yeah, it is south of Asansol at this stage, and okay, so I've got a picture of the aircraft as well, and you can also see where exactly it is headed. Now, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, perhaps ex-Prime Minister would be more appropriate at this stage, had boarded this Bangladesh Air Force C-130 aircraft, flew directly over Kolkata, did not land in Kolkata. That I find very, very interesting. Just look at this. The aircraft came down, flew right over Kolkata, didn't land in Kolkata, and is continuing to fly north, and where is it going to head right now? We don't know. It's swinging north at this stage. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, actually be there? So at this stage, it's it's called Ajax 1431. That's all I know about the aircraft at this stage. But we're going to track it very closely. The assumption is that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina might actually be on that aircraft. On your left is a Mi-8 or Mi-17 helicopter of the Bangladesh Air Force, which she boarded to get out of her official residence, which was ransacked with hundreds of protesters entering. All right, let me just go back to my colleague Vishal, who's been tracking this minute by minute. Vishal, what are some of the other leads that you're picking up?
So right now, just a few moments ago, the Armed Forces Chief addressed a press conference. It was awaited for about an hour. He said that he had discussions with the people who have been protesting for days, and the students have conveyed him the message that they will, they will stop in some ways these protests, these violent protests. However, he's still appealing to the protesters that they need to maintain, peace in the country, because it's been weeks of violence which has killed dozens of people. Probably more than 300 people have been killed in the last 3 weeks. The violence had erupted back in July, mid-July, when protesters had demanded that the quotas should be scaled back, and they had some kind of relief by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, who had stepped in and said that the quota will be scaled back from about 40% to 5%. However, the protests continued, and just in within 2 days of the fresh phase of protest, the PM of Bangladesh had to resign. There had been calls for her to resign. That's how the fresh wave of protests has started. Thousands of protests across the country, especially in Dhaka, they had been demanding that Sheikh Hasina has to resign. It was widely unexpected that she will resign so soon. It's been just 24 hours since the fresh wave of protests started. It killed about 100 odd people within the space of 24 hours, and within that time frame only, the PM of Bangladesh has resigned. Mind you, this is a PM that had ruled the country with an iron fist for about more than a decade, about 3 consecutive terms, thousands of disappearances of the opposition leaders. All of that will come into picture when the new government comes in. As we've been reporting, the army has stepped in and said that it will form the interim government. Whether or not it will pass the baton to the opposition or continue to have this military rule, that remains to be seen. So all of that will have to be answered in the next few days or the months.
All right, I'm just going to go across to Mr. Khan, who's back with us. Mr. Khan, there is a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is winging it across North India at this stage, North Bihar presently. Presumably, that's the aircraft with Sheikh Hasina on board. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do you have any information of where this aircraft is going, presumably with her on board?
Who's the person?
Mr. Khan, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Khan, Vishnu here. I'm just trying to understand. There's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is now flying over Bihar. Presumably it's got her in it. The timing of the takeoff is exactly coinciding with the crisis that we are seeing. It flew over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do we know where she's headed, assuming that she's on board that aircraft?
I have been told that she's on board that aircraft, yes. She's on board that aircraft, and the aircraft, basically, she was not getting approval from the Indian authorities to fly through even, but I think they have secured the flight permission, and now they're flying through India, but I am not sure to which country she is heading to. Like, I have been told that she tried to land in India, but Indian authority did not accept it, considering the recent atrocities that took place in Dhaka. So nearly 500 people confirmed died, and there are many hundreds remain unaccounted for. Thousands people have lost their limbs, around 800 eye injuries. So they don't want to get into a diplomatic trouble with Bangladesh. So
it still needs to be seen whether this aircraft does land in Delhi or in any other Indian airbase, because there's only the aircraft will ultimately need to refuel as well, even if it's headed elsewhere. We're going to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up. NDTV continues to track and break every aspect of this story. The crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, has escaped Bangladesh, flying in an aircraft over India right now. We'll continue to look at this very, very closely. Come back with the very latest.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States
Welcome back. A quick summary now of the big story that we continue to track. There's a political crisis in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. She's at the moment on board a Bangladesh Air Force C-130J transport, which is winging across India at this stage. Will she land in New Delhi or not? We do not know. The aircraft appeared to be veering towards Kolkata at a particular stage but didn't land over there. The image on the left-hand side of your screen is of a Mi-17 helicopter, which she used to initially flee her residence in Dhaka. The image on the right is perhaps the strongest image throughout the day. This is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the man who was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, later the President of Bangladesh, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh as it were. But the fact that there are people over there, protesters, trying to destroy that statue gives you an idea of the anger that people in Bangladesh, students in Bangladesh have. What are these protests all about? The protests have been about a quota which was given to descendants of freedom fighters, a 30% quota in government jobs. At a time when Bangladesh's employment rate or unemployment rate has been suffering greatly, students protested, said something like this was just unacceptable. Initially, the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina seemed to back the decision, but then after the protests became much more vociferous, much more violence, 100-scaled, the court did roll back its verdict, and the government seemed to say that no, look, this is all going to go away. But by then the situation got out of hand. 98 people lost their lives yesterday. The death toll now, some suggest upwards of 300. Her house this morning was ransacked, protesters inside, walking away with sofas and chairs and everything else. The commentary on Channel 24, a Bangladeshi network, saying that this is a historic moment for Bangladesh. The doors of this house were always closed. Now they are open. What happens next to Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, we do not know. But the Army Chief of Bangladesh very significantly in a press conference has said that there is an interim government in place in Bangladesh at this stage. Opposition leaders and other political leaders have met him. He's reached out to protesters telling them to go home. He's reached out to protesters saying that, look, work with us. We will ensure that all of the demands that you have made are being resolved. All of your demands will be resolved, but let there be no more violence. Let there be peace at this stage.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. A rail crisis now in Bangladesh. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh, or the ex-Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has exited the country. She's believed to be either in India or on her way to India. There are two developments which have taken place. There is some initial reports now coming in that Sheikh Hasina may have landed in Agartala. Then there is this flight radar information, which is verifiable information that we've been tracking, of a C-130 Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, initially tried to land in Bangladesh, in Kolkata I should say, but now presently winging its way across Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Is she on that aircraft, and if so, is she landing in Delhi? But Sheikh Hasina out of Bangladesh at this stage, it appears. The Bangladesh army is in charge. He's announced that there's going to be an interim government which is going to be formed. There are lakhs of student protesters out on the streets of Dhaka. Many of them stormed her residence, but the most the pictures which you see on the right hand side of your screen just a few moments back, with the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh, being destroyed and by those protests, an attempt to destroy it or disfigure it, that really does tell a story. Remember Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Sheikh Hasina, but Sheikh Hasina has led with an iron fist for several terms in power. And there appeared to be increasingly a disconnect between her and protesters and people in Bangladesh at a time when there was a lot of unemployment, or there is a lot of unemployment in Bangladesh. There was a court verdict which came in which said that there would be 30% reservation in government jobs for descendants of freedom fighters. Sheikh Hasina initially said, okay, that was fine, but that resulted in massive protests by students who are desperate for jobs, said, this quota just doesn't work for us. Intense violence in Bangladesh. You can see buses were set on fire. The army chief in his press conference said that please go home, do not fight anymore, no more murders, no more violence. But on the streets of Dhaka, it's a condition of absolute anarchy, lakhs of people on the roads. We've heard numbers stretching from anywhere between 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs. The Bangladesh army chief said that he has ordered his men not to open fire, but he needs these protesters to work. How will they get this situation resolved at this stage? We do not know. Political meetings have started between the army and political leaders. They're trying to work through a solution to deal with this crisis, as it were, right now. I'm back with Ayanjit Sen, who's been tracking all of these. Ayanjit, any sense that you have or any details that you have at this stage? All right, a massive fire on the right-hand side of your screen that you could see over there. We'll try and get more of that. People with injuries also being taken away in the protests which have been taking place. So 100 people, we were told yesterday, lost their lives, and some reports suggesting that 400 or 500 people in all may have lost their lives in the protests which began in July. Let's try and go back to Ayanjit. Ayanjit, go ahead. What are you hearing?
Can you just repeat that, please?
What are you hearing?
Sorry?
What is the latest that you're getting?
Well, the latest that I'm getting is basically that there are some ministers who were there part of the cabinet of Sheikh Hasina, and they're apparently planning to flee to Southeast Asia. Now, I don't know which countries in Southeast Asia, but that's something which is definitely coming in as reports to me. But all depends on what's going to happen in the meeting between the army chief and the president, and of course as to what kind of an interim government they decide to form in Bangladesh visibly, because post that there will be elections which will be brought in a few months' time after forming the interim government in place.
So Sheikh Hasina was flown by that helicopter to the Kurmitola base of the Bangladesh Air Force at 2:25 local time, and from there she's been on an aircraft flying her to a third country. Is that India or not? We don't know, because there is a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft over Indian airspace right now. Is it going to land in Delhi? We don't know quite yet. We're going to take a short break, return with this huge story of Bangladesh in political turmoil right now. The Prime Minister has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. The army in charge. An interim government will be formed.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to
Welcome back. A real political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been trying to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's father. The army is in charge in Bangladesh right now. An interim government is being formed. The army chief telling protesters to go back home, stop the protests, which have seen hundreds of people lose their lives. Lakhs of people, student protesters and others, have been out on the roads of Bangladesh and the roads of Dhaka primarily today, as this situation got completely out of control. The armed forces chief, the army chief, basically telling protesters, I promise you that we will ensure that whatever it is that you want, that will be met. The protests that were taking place over a quota in government jobs, 30% of which were allotted for descendants of freedom fighters. The students said that at a time when there has been such unemployment in the country, it was unacceptable to have something like that. These are fresh pictures that you're seeing on the right hand side of your screen, and on the left hand side is the helicopter which flew Sheikh Hasina to the Kurmitullah air base a short distance away, from where she apparently boarded the C-130J Hercules aircraft and is winging it across North India at this stage, though some other reports suggest that she may actually have fled to Agartala. We don't know, but it is very curious that there is an aircraft, a Bangladesh aircraft, Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, which is over Indian airspace at this stage. It has been for a while. Let's just listen into what the army chief said a little while back.
দেশে একটা ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম, ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন, আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
We've had excellent conversations with several political leaders who've come over here to discuss the situation and to take things forward.
এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে।
Things will work in this government through an interim government being formed.
যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলাপ আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব।
The country will be run through the formation of an interim government and it will continue to run.
সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন,
Please trust the armed forces.
আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
I personally take all responsibility.
আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি।
I promise all of you.
আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না।
Do not be let down.
যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব।
Whatever promises we are making, we will ensure that these promises are kept.
নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন।
Please assist me. Help
দয়া
me.
করে আর এই ভাঙচুর,
End the destruction.
মারামারি,
End the fighting.
সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে
End the সংঘর্ষ.
আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের
I am certain that if you follow the path which I am laying out for you,
নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা
we will move in a beautiful direction together.
আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না।
We will achieve nothing through violence. End the fighting.
সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে।
We will look into every concern that has been raised about the injustices which have been committed.
নেতাগণ এখানে, নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন।
All of these leaders who I met with,
এখানে ওনারা, it was very nice of them যে ওনারা এসেছেন।
It was very nice of them that they came.
সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
We've had conversations with all of these political leaders.
ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা
We will form a beautiful interim government.
মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব।
We will continue with an interim government. We will continue the work of this government through an interim government which has been formed.
ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব।
Inshallah, we'll be able to resolve all of the problems which confront us at this stage.
যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন।
Please return to a path of peace. Let there be normalcy.
অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে।
People are being killed. There is violence. There is destruction taking place now.
আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি
Please help us.
আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন।
Please help us. Please help us.
আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so that was the press conference by the Bangladesh Army Chief. Let's listen into the question and answer which also took place over here.
সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন, সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে
We're going to be meeting the president. It's still at an early stage. Then we'll figure things out.
এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির
naming various political leaders who were present at the meeting.
ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা, ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওরা এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে।
I hope that the situation improves and that we have a beautiful future.
এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, না আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না।
Nobody from the Awami League was present in this meeting.
আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি।
This was a particular situation that we're dealing with now.
সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে।
The armed forces will continue to ensure that there is peace.
সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা।
It is the responsibility of students and others to help the armed forces maintain peace.
এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন
Please help us.
সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব।
We will be able to bring the situation under control quite easily if you are willing to help us.
জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই।
There will be no need for a curfew if things get peaceful.
কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
I have given an order that there will be no firing done by the armed forces.
আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে।
I am hopeful that after the statements I made today the situation will improve, that it will improve immediately after these remarks which I am now making.
আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব।
We will find a solution by this evening as a result of our meetings.
আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দরা তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে
the work of students now
এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা
is to help us.
আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল
I haven't yet found a representative of the students for talks to begin.
এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি
ভিডিও মেসেজ has been left for students.
ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে ইয়াদ হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
Everybody stay safe, stay well.
করতে থাকবেন, আমাকে দেরি করাবেন।
Thank you very much. Don't delay me.
It's too early.
It's too early.
আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন।
We are working, let us work.
আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ।
We are going to find a solution as soon as possible.
আন্দোলনরত যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান।
Whoever is out, please go back home.
আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so I've got my colleagues Vishal and Disha who joined me at the stage, also Saurabh Gupta, Vasudha Venugopal. In fact, Vasudha, let me come to you first. There are two versions over here. One is that Sheikh Hasina has landed in Agartala, and there is another one that she is on her way, that she's continuing to fly over India right now, possibly headed to Delhi, because we are tracking a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft right now. What are you getting, Vasudha?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is quite a bit of uneasy quiet here, and a lot of staff members actually have, black sort of flags and badges on their shirts, and we tried to speak to a few of them, and of course, they declined to talk. I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner here, and his office has basically said that he is busy in a lot of meetings, so he'll not be available to talk. But clearly, the security has also been beefed up here by Delhi police. And I was also in Parliament a short while ago, and we tried to get in touch with some of the MEA officials. There is a certain sense of uneasy calm because India will also have to rework a lot of its foreign policy calculations, because Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and also the situation that turned out in Bangladesh, considering from July 1st these protests have been going on, and this is all to do with quota protests, because a court there basically gave this judgment that 30% reservation will be brought in for family members of freedom fighters, and that really set the ball rolling for all these protests. And clearly there has been a sense of unease, and we have seen this situation play out in Sri Lanka, we have seen this situation play out in Afghanistan, Myanmar, and now Sri Lanka. So clearly there is a certain sense of worry amongst foreign officials, foreign ministry officials in India, but of course they're looking at it with a lot of caution. India has already sent out an advisory cautioning Indians against any sort of travel in Bangladesh. But other than that, the situation outside Bangladesh High Commission is of uneasy calm. Their security is getting beefed up. There is certain activity happening. There are many meetings happening here, but also many staff members having these flags and little badges of black showing their protest to the protests that have happened there.
All right, let me go across to Disha as well. Disha, what can you share with us at this stage? So we don't have the line with Disha. Let me go across to Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, let me come to you right now. Saurabh, what are the details that you're picking up at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I think the images speak for themselves, and the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, who fought for Bangladesh's independence and creation of Bangladesh, from West Pakistan to, East Pakistan becoming finally Bangladesh. That man's statue being vandalized is something that is there, for history books, because this is something that really many who've studied Bangladesh politics will tell you where it comes from. We all know where it comes from, because that, of course, kind of politics is something that perhaps many believed in Bangladesh that had, was in the past with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, what does this mean for India? And more specifically, because I report from West Bengal also, there is also the fact that, what, for example, Leader of Opposition Shubhendu Adhikari said a few days ago, that the protests in Bangladesh have led to worries, because any impact that is felt in the region will be felt here as well. And this has been what history has taught us. So obviously, now of course, where is Sheikh Hasina? Well, there are two answers. One is, of course, probably very closely connected to that aeroplane that we're tracking, the Bangladesh Air Force C-130J, which of course is now flying over India somewhere in Uttar Pradesh at this point. And that flight path also, like you said, is very interesting, flew very low over Kolkata, but of course continued its flight, into over rest of India. So where is that plane headed is the big question. Who are the passenger? The passenger manifest on that plane is huge, of huge significance. So that's one thing. And now, of course, what next for Bangladesh? Because like Vasudha was saying, there are multiple things that are going to happen. One is, of course, the interim government, the restoration of law and order, becoming a functional sort of city and a functional country, because these protests have really dismantled a lot of stuff. Newly built metro stations, newly built, all kinds of government facilities have been attacked in these, protests. So another thing that we were noting in this conflict or these set of protests is that how the goalpost shifted from being anti-quota to anti-Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and between Prime Minister Modi and between Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, there have been a lot of good things that have been achieved in this bilateral relationship, recalibration of that. All of these things are, of course, in the picture, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh in the immediate future. The army chief has given a timeline. This evening, perhaps, we will know about an interim government. But more importantly, like you said, all eyes are on that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is currently flying over Indian airspace.
Absolutely. Let me go straight across to Disha, who also has been tracking various aspects of this. Disha, multiple leads, some leads suggesting that in fact she might be on her way to a European nation. Some suggest that she's in Agartala. Saurabh sharing detail with us of that Hercules aircraft, which is now winging its way across UP. So we don't know where Sheikh Hasina is, but other than that, what else are you picking up?
So, looking at the domestic situation in Bangladesh right now, we're still seeing a lot of violence and a lot of protesters out on the streets. We know that a lot of protesters actually entered the Prime Minister's residence in Bangladesh after Sheikh Hasina left the residence and was in a helicopter. We're seeing these visuals of protesters, on the streets, vandalizing things. But there's now, with the army chief's address, we are expecting that things could, in a sense, calm down, because the army chief did mention that he held a meeting which had, which had positive talks with the student leaders as well as other political leaders. However, Awami League leaders weren't present at this meeting, but in a sense, in the next couple of hours will be crucial to see how the situation in Bangladesh progresses, whether a sense of calm resumes in Bangladesh or not. He did mention that he has instructed the army forces as well as the police forces that not to fire at protesters, but we still have to see how the situation will progress. We do know that Bangladesh does in fact have a history of coups. In its history, there have been almost over 20 coups in Bangladesh history. So this is not the first time that this has happened in this country. But now it's crucial to see, because the army chief has said that he was going to form along with the army, an interim government in the country, and their main aim is to bring peace in the country and look at the requests and the demands of the student protesters and, in a sense, try to fulfill these demands. But as my colleague Saurabh also mentioned, the dynamic of the student movement shifted quite quickly from an anti-quota movement to anti-Sheikh Hasina movement in the last couple of weeks. In July, when the movement first stemmed from a student protest movement, it was relatively peaceful, but as things progressed, with Sheikh Hasina's also, strong language a couple of days back saying that, the current protests is actually not by students, but actually by criminals or by terrorists who want to, ruin the country.
All right, Disha, hold on for half a second. I'm also joined by Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, the former ambassador of India. Thanks so very much for being with us. Ambassador Trigunayat, before I come back to you, I just want to take a look at this one image that I've got on my screen. This is of a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules. This is on Flight Radar 24. Let's zoom into this image, please, because this is an aircraft which took off presumably from Kurbitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and it is presently, after flying right over Kolkata, it is now flying south of Patna and flying between Patna and Lucknow. This is a transport aircraft, a C-130J. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. And is it headed to New Delhi or is it headed anywhere else? It is curious that exactly in the middle of all of this taking place, you would have a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft which is actually flying over India. So a couple of different accounts which are taking place. Is this the aircraft which is evacuating Sheikh Hasina is the question that we actually want to look at. But let me go straight across to Ambassador Trigunayat. We'll talk about Bangladesh in a moment, but let's talk about Sheikh Hasina as well. She's had a great equation with this government. India, Bangladesh's closest neighbor, physically and otherwise as well. What are the choices for New Delhi right now as we see that aircraft flying overhead, presumably with her on board?
Well, I think that if we were to look at it as a friend, then she might be welcome here to come and stay. But it will have its own repercussions as we go forward. Then there could be, at the grassroots level, there could be some problem, and this could convey some wrong messaging. So at the same time, I think that till she has landed here, we can't really speculate much, or if she is allowed to stay here. We have done so in several cases, as you know, in Afghanistan and some others who have come and stayed in India. They are friends of India, but more importantly, Bangladesh is a friend of India. So irrespective of the fact that whichever government is in power, whoever is in power, we want the stability and security of Bangladesh to be restored at the earliest. And India has always stood by it. And now if you were to see India's track record in the recent times only, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Maldives, The most of the countries that have started off with little anti-India campaign eventually were salvaged by it, and they have understood the worth of India's assistance and the good intent of within the compass of the neighborhood first policy. So I think that this is what the people of Bangladesh will see. Right now, there is a moment in which there is a lot of turmoil that is taking place, and how do we go through this turbulence, whether there will be interim government and subsequently elections, because even it is not going to be that easy for an army if it wishes to continue longer.
All right. Thanks, Ambassador Trigunayat. We'll come back to you in just a little while from now. But just hang on for one more moment, sir. I want you to talk a little bit about the image which we saw on the right-hand side of our screen, the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, not the image, the statue, being defiled by protesters over there. It's almost unbelievable because he is the father of Sheikh Hasina, but the hero of Bangladesh, the first Prime Minister. What are your thoughts as you see this image?
It is very, very sad that what is happening, that some people are doing it. It also shows that how much anger is there at the grassroots against the Awami League and the Sheikh Hasina family. But this is really a very sad moment, I think so. And I think this will divide the country more than address the issues.
Yeah. All right, so thanks very much for being with us. Just a quick summary of what exactly it is that we are tracking right now. A political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been pilfering, looting, moving away. The army has held a press conference, the army chief. An interim government is being formed. The army has appealed to people to go home. The army chief has promised people they will not open fire on the protesters. But there are lakhs of people out there. Will they listen? Because it is chaos, anarchy, mayhem in the streets of the Bangladeshi capital right now. Lakhs of people, some numbers suggest up to 10 lakh people may in fact be out there. The interim government being formed, it's a process. The first round of talks between political leaders has taken place. More talks are now taking place and will throughout the evening. That's the basic information we have as far as Sheikh Hasina. She has fled. She was moved away in a helicopter that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. She seems to have boarded a Hercules transport aircraft from Kurmitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and that aircraft is now flying over the Indian subcontinent between Patna and Lucknow right now. Is it going to land in Delhi or not? That's something that we need to find out very, very soon.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Welcome back. It's all over for Sheikh Hasina as far as being Prime Minister of Bangladesh is concerned. She has now exited Bangladesh. She is fleeing after protesters moved into a house, ransacked that house. There have been lakhs of protesters out in Bangladesh after hundreds of people have lost their lives in the violence that we've seen. Statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the father of Bangladesh, are being defiled as well. At this stage, Sheikh Hasina is on board this aircraft. You can see that on your screen, which is a C-130J Hercules transport of the Bangladesh Air Force that is now flying between Patna and Lucknow. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. And as we understand it now, some preliminary reports suggest that it's going to be landing at Delhi airport at about 5 o'clock or so. Whether she stays on in Delhi or she moves out elsewhere. Remember, she has a niece in London, so that's one possibility which is being looked at. But let's just cut across to this image right now that you see on your screen. This is from Flight Radar 24. And that's the aircraft. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. This is the aircraft that Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, is on. So the question therefore is, where does she land? It is quite clear now, some reports suggesting that she's going to be landing in Delhi. Whether she boards another aircraft or this aircraft continues to fly her out of the country after refueling is something that we will need to see. Whether she's going to be in India for a while, again, that's something we're going to need to see. The External Affairs Ministry at this juncture not really replying to these developments, but they will shortly, I'm sure. But what's the situation in Bangladesh? Because, as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned, it's just a matter of interest at this juncture. Her house was ransacked. The army chief came on record. An interim government is being formed. The process of forming that interim government is continuing on the basis of talks which are taking place even now. Those talks will continue right through to the evening. The army chief appealing to protesters, of whom lakhs are out on the streets of Dhaka, the Bangladeshi capital, to return home. Please cooperate with the army. The army is ordered not to open fire on them. We've got our correspondents out tracking every aspect of the story. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal, Disha with us as well, and Vishal tracking all of this, and also Mohammad Ghazali with us. Ghazali, let me come across to you first. What are you hearing? Has India's External Affairs Ministry responded at all to Sheikh Hasina, whose aircraft appears to be headed to Delhi?
See, as of now, there has been no statement from the External Affairs Ministry, but they're keeping a close watch on it because we know that when this protest started happening, the External Affairs Ministry was getting inputs that certain anti-India elements were also involved in these protests. But now, since Sheikh Hasina has moved out of Bangladesh, an interim government formation process is still on. The army has taken over, but the negotiations with different political parties are going on. The violence has not stepped down even now in Bangladesh. In the Dhaka, in the capital city, the protesters are still out on the street. They stormed through her official residence. They are still out there. The army is not using any force to quell these protesters. Meanwhile, what we are picking up right now, that there is a very likelihood that after arriving in India, in Delhi, Sheikh Hasina may fly out to UK, where one of her cousins is also a parliamentarian. So this is what we are being told right now, but External Affairs Ministry is keeping a close watch on the developments there, but no official statement so far, or whether she will be received officially there or not, and what time she'll be landing there is still uncertain.
All right, let's go across to Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, what are your government sources telling you at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is a sense of uneasy calm here, and we don't know where Sheikh Hasina would be landing. Some people say that she could be landing in Delhi and then, of course, proceeding to London. But let me also tell you that there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing these black badges of protest. So clearly saying that, you know, whatever is happening in Bangladesh, of course, will have consequences not just in India, but the entire neighborhood. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted friend of India, and this whole 10 years has been seen as a Shonali Adhyay, you know, the golden period of diplomacy, because both Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina have had a very trusted friendship, and Sheikh Hasina has also sort of, you know, dealt with, addressed India's concerns regarding Islamic terror extremism, and you know, but other than that, there have also been concerns with regard to how democratic the elections were. Remember, she came to power for the 4th term, and you know, she's been in power in Bangladesh since 2009, and she was in Delhi just a few days ago for her bilateral meeting, and also for the swearing in of Narendra Modi for the 3rd time. So clearly, you know, many policy changes will have to be made with regard to the foreign policy strategy of India. But as regard to, you know, now the Bangladesh High Commission is sort of, you know, there are many media people here, and of course, you know, the security has been beefed up. You can see Delhi police on that side as well. And of course, I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner there, and his office has said that, you know, he is continuously in a spate of meetings, so he'll not be able to meet media people today. So there is a sense of uneasy calm, and of course we are waiting for some more updates as to where Sheikh Hasina could be actually headed, if she's actually coming to Delhi, and where she could be staying, if that actually is the truth.
So, you know, she's got a niece in the United Kingdom, Vasudha, so that's one possibility. Again, we don't know very much at this juncture. Disha, what are you picking up?
Domestic situation in Bangladesh, as my colleague Ghazali also mentioned, there is still a lot of turmoil and violence on the streets. We're seeing that the protesters, lakhs and lakhs of protesters are still out on the streets. We're also getting visuals on social media and other local media of the protesters inside Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister's official residence, and they are, you know, ransacking the residence in a sense, and they're posing for pictures with the different the interiors of the residence. But we're still seeing a lot of sloganeering and a lot of protesters out on the streets calling for their demands to be fulfilled. Now that the army chief has spoken and said that they're forming an interim government and have spoken to the leaders of the different protesting groups, it's now a time to wait and watch and see how the situation in Bangladesh is going to progress. If we're going to see in a sense things calming down, a curfew is still ongoing in Bangladesh, but the army chief has said that if things calm down, the curfew will be removed. They have also the army chief also mentioned that he has instructed the armed forces as well as the police not to fire at protesters, and he said that if the protesters cooperate with him and the army, things can calm down in Dhaka. But as far as the latest is being seen, the internet is still shut down down, but certain regions of Bangladesh internet has been restored, but still a lot of turmoil, and this is now a developing situation. Sheikh Hasina, as you mentioned, has left the country, but it's still unclear as to where she is headed. But in terms of her, tenure in Bangladesh, she has been in power in Bangladesh since 2009. She actually won a fourth term in Bangladesh in January this year. And again, that election was also deemed as unfair by many groups, because the opposition parties actually refused to participate in that election. So this is a historic day in the sense that her, over almost 15-year rule in Bangladesh is in a sense coming to an end now that she has resigned and left the country. It is still unclear as to where she's landing.
Well, some reports suggest that she might be landing over here, Disha, in Delhi at about 5 o'clock. We're tracking that aircraft. It's the C-130 transport of the Bangladesh Air Force, now winging its way across North India over Uttar Pradesh at this juncture. All right, let's go across to Saurabh Gupta, who's been looking at the situation now. Saurabh, Sheikh Hasina at this juncture, frankly, is a matter of interest. The real story is what's happening in Bangladesh, the violence, about 100 people just yesterday losing their lives, upwards of 300, 400 people since the month of July. The army chief has made an appeal to people saying, please go home, stop the violence, we are not going to fire on you. Are we getting any indicators that people are now slowly starting to disperse?
Well, the latest images that we've seen are Ganabhavan being breached, the gates of Ganabhavan being breached, and of course, protesters who breached the Ganabhavan, enjoying a meal inside the Prime Minister's official residence. Also, lots of pictures now coming in from Dhaka, but whether we can safely say that the worst is over is something that would be too premature. So obviously at this point, till the time there is some sort of a system, government in place, at least an interim government, it is difficult to say what the situation is going to be. Now, the army chief's appeal, many believe, will have an impact. Now, one of the reasons why what we were being given to understand is earlier that the army had advised Sheikh Hasina to leave the Ganabhavan premises, anticipating this kind of a situation. And what we've also been given to understand is Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned on the advice of the army, and therefore the army, of course, is trying to now quell the situation, quell the protests by also ensuring that there is some sort of rapprochement by issuing no firing orders. That is something that we've seen play out in the streets of Dhaka and the rest of the country in Bangladesh over the last few days, and many had believed that there was peace and calm returning slowly, but on Sunday that violence really spiked, and the number of deaths we know are in very well above 100, and places like Sirajganj, places like Rangpur bearing the brunt of that violence. In fact, one of the other concerns that many are raising, and this is whether whether it's the Chief Minister of West Bengal who's commented on it, or whether now it's the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, who commented on it today, that the situation unfolding in Bangladesh is a cause of worry, not just for India, but also for West Bengal specifically, given the fact that we share, the largest border perhaps with, Bangladesh as far as the country is concerned. And the possibility of, people coming in from there in this situation also cannot be ruled out completely. That's what the leader of opposition in West Bengal, BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari, said. Earlier, Mamata Banerjee had also talked about, shelter, quoting that UN, protocol. So obviously, these are conversations that have been had, although there is, of course, a lot of, political developments that are taking place quick and fast in Bangladesh. There is also the setting up of a, new interim government. In fact, the army chief at that press conference was hurriedly walking out, and when press reporters were asking him a few more questions, you heard him say that the more questions you ask, the more you delay me, clearly indicating that the pressing matter at hand for him was setting up an interim government in Bangladesh after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now, of course, the next question then is, where is Sheikh Hasina? Now, like we've been reporting, Vishnu, that Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules, of course, is something, that plane that we've all been tracking is something that's of great interest now. What is a Bangladesh Air Force plane doing in Indian airspace? Who is it carrying? What are the names on the passenger manifest? Those are things that, of course, are of also great interest at this point for anyone who's watching the situation in Bangladesh. India has already issued, an advisory for Indian citizens in Bangladesh. But larger problem, of course, is, a lot of evacuations we know had taken place over the last few days since these protests broke out. India not only evacuated Indian citizens, but also students from Bhutan and Nepal were evacuated. The Moitri Express from Kolkata, the Mitali Express to Dhaka have all been, temporarily halted. So a lot of developments have been taking place, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh, who's going to be leading that interim government, and second, of course, is what next for Sheikh Hasina, where is she, is the most important question.
So Saurabh, where is she? I can tell you she's a few minutes flying time from Lucknow at this juncture, but I presume the aircraft would fly right over Lucknow and perhaps wing its way to New Delhi, because she seems to be headed to New Delhi at this juncture. Saurabh, is there anything else that we should focus on now? Because I think the biggest concern is the law and order situation in Bangladesh. It's all one thing for the army chief to say, please go back home. But if there is a mob mentality which breaks in, we are seeing these incredible, these tragic pictures of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's bust statue being destroyed. The question, the larger question, therefore, is that has enough been done to restore law and order?
Absolutely mind-boggling images. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu as we refer to him, in fact, someone who is credited with fighting against Pakistan and creating the independent country of Bangladesh, is now, of course, his statue is being vandalized in the country. Those shocking images of Ganobhavan's gates being breached, and then, of course, people, vandalizing Ganobhavan, the official residence of the Prime Minister. These are very, very shocking images from Bangladesh. And yes, the army chief has said no firing orders have been issued. But the images on the streets of Bangladesh are still that of a mob on the streets. Calm and peace and tranquility are not words that you would describe, you would use to describe the situation in Bangladesh currently. But that's the hope that the interim government will have also by the time it's set up this evening, is what we're being told. And also, remember, there is, whatever happens in Bangladesh, the fact is that also West Bengal being very close to Bangladesh geographically, always is, there is a concern. And that is, of course, something that we've seen the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, also voice, given what we've seen on the streets of Bangladesh. For example, yesterday in Rangpur, a man was killed. He was, of course, from the Awami League, but his Hindu identity is something that has been widely reported. So all of these questions are on the minds of those who are watching Bangladesh, and of course, at this point, it's a very, very tricky situation, very, very volatile situation. Like I said, peace, calm are not words that one would use to describe the situation or anything close to what is going on in Bangladesh at this point, but closely watching that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, and of course, presuming that, perhaps very important persons could be on that aircraft. And where is Sheikh Hasina is the primary question.
All right, Saurabh, we'll keep coming back to you.
And then perhaps the larger question is what next for India?
Absolutely, and we'll track that. Some reports suggesting that it would be about 5 o'clock by the time she lands in Delhi. If indeed she's headed here, she appears to be headed here, at least that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft headed right to Delhi. So we'll have to wait and see, maybe a little bit more than that. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
No, but it's not a
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Intense violence in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled. She's likely to land in Delhi. The army in charge presently, but an interim government is being formed. The army chief has addressed the nation as an appeal for peace. He says that murderers will be probed. The army chief assures the nation. An angry mob storms into the residence of the Bangladesh Prime Minister. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman statue. Bangabandhu was the first Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed in all of this? There is an aircraft which is a Bangladesh Air Force transport expected to land in Delhi, possibly having her on board. But will she be headed to London? That's what one suggestion says.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. The big story that we are tracking at this stage, the collapse of the Bangladesh government. Sheikh Hasina has escaped the country, likely to land in Delhi anytime now. Protesters stormed into her residence, broke open the gates, took away furniture. Lakhs of people out on the streets of Dhaka. Student protests completely out of control. The army is in charge. There's an interim government which is being formed. The army chief has asked people to go back home. Will they? That's the big question. What are these protests all about, which prompted Sheikh Hasina to exit her country? They were about a quota for jobs in the government for relatives of those who were freedom fighters at a time when there is a high unemployment, or relatively high unemployment in Bangladesh. Students said absolutely no, that quota completely unexpected. There was a rollback of that quota, but it wasn't enough. The protests continued. Hundreds have lost their lives. Let's go across to Ghazali, who's been tracking all the developments, along with Disha Bakchi. Ghazali, what are you hearing?
See, the army is also negotiating with Bangladesh Nationalist Party for an interim government. Probable names are out. Professor Samiullah is one who may be heading the government, but this is still preliminary because the government formation is still in process. And before that, the army chief is negotiating with all the probable parties who were anti-Sheikh Hasina camp, because all this while these protests were being backed by BNP, backed by Jamaat Islami, and very significant from here on. What kind of shape and direction Bangladesh's politics will take will be decided, that which party will be in majority there, which party will be given the charge to run the government by the army. Right now, Bangladesh Nationalist Party is heading there, is sort of running in the lead right now, is in the discussion with the army chief. And in a very short while from now, perhaps after the discussion is over, the army chief may be announcing that who will be taking charge for the interim government in Bangladesh.
All right, Disha, what are you getting? What is the latest that you're picking up?
So the latest that we are picking up is that internet services are still shut down in Bangladesh. Lakhs of people are still on the streets. Lot of turmoil, lot of vandalizing still on the streets. We're seeing that protesters are continuing to be in the Prime Minister's residence, and they have not yet exited the residence and still kind of in the residence and causing a lot of turmoil and ransacking of the residence in a sense. But otherwise, after it's been almost an hour or more since the army chief's address, but the people are still out on the streets, still sloganeering. And now, as my colleague Ghazali mentioned, there are talks of the government formation, the interim government formation, but we are still seeing a lot of people out on the streets, and there is no sense of calm yet in the country. In Bangladesh, as you can see, the visuals on the screen show the protesters inside the Prime Minister's official residence and sort of posing for pictures and things like that. And we're seeing that the situation in Bangladesh continues to be very dynamic. Within minutes now, reports are saying that, and sources are saying that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, or the former Prime Minister who's now resigned, will land in Delhi. It is yet to be understood where she's headed next, from Delhi, or whether she will remain in Delhi.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this up before my colleague Gauri comes in, but just a quick reminder of the big story that we've been tracking for the last couple of hours. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh is no longer Prime Minister of that country. She has exited Bangladesh. She's fled her country. She's on board a Hercules transport aircraft of the Bangladesh Air Force, expected to land in Delhi at any time. This is after thousands of protesters stormed into her residence. They fled with furniture, with cutlery, with anything and everything that they could find. The images that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, in an effort to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, one of the most revered figures in that country, but the anger now all pervasive. The army is in charge, an interim government is being formed. The process is starting out right now. There'll be more meetings, perhaps a further announcement this evening, but the message of the army chief in a press conference being telecast across Bangladesh to lakhs of protesters was this: go home, end the violence. We will ensure that if there is any illegality which has been committed, we'll be looking into that. We'll take a short break, more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Novak Djokovic wins the Olympic gold.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome, you're watching our rolling coverage of the latest that's happening in Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and those of our viewers tuning in right now. As things stand right now, the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has flown out of the country. There is flux right now over the next couple of hours, even as the army chief has asked for all protesters to go back to their houses. Let's take a look at the headlines coming in at this hour. Army coup in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina has been ousted. She's flown out of the country amidst unprecedented protests. Army has taken over and announced an interim government to be formed, even as Army chief addressed the nation and called for peace amongst the protesters. Army mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue, Dhaka Palace, ransacked by protesters. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed? The flight radar suggests that the Bangladesh C-130J was spotted over Kolkata as the Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon now. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina has been in Indian airspace for 40 minutes. Bangladesh is on the boil right now. At least 98 people have been killed. In fact, hundreds have been injured, and that number could just be increasing because there is turmoil on the streets of Dhaka. Across Bangladesh, police use tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse tens of thousands who've been demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Hasina, and they've got it. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has resigned. She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh. She won a historic mandate earlier this year, in a mandate that was marred by a lot of opposition and in fact boycott by the main opposition party. But what happens next in Bangladesh? It's had a history of civil unrest. 100 people, as I said, have already been killed. Since 16th of July, Bangladesh has been on the boil over quota, and quota protests took over the entire country. The clashes broke out even as Supreme Court last week came in favor of the quota protesters, slashed the amount from 30% to just 5%, but that did little to address the nationwide protests that were spiraling out of hand. There's been an indefinite countrywide curfew that has been slashed, and mobile internet continues to be under very tight restrictions. But first up, listen in to what the army chief had to say when he asked and appealed for calm and asked all lakhs of protesters to go back to their houses, and said that there will be an interim government even as the next few weeks could mean flux for Bangladesh. Listen in.
ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম। ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন। আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি। সেখানে আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট আমরা ফর্ম করব এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এদেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে। আমরা এখন মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির কাছে যাব যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব। আমি আপনাদের কথা দিচ্ছি, সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন, সশস্ত্র বাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি, আপনাদের জানমাল, এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি যে আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না। ইনশাআল্লাহ আপনাদের যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব এবং দেশে একটা শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন। দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর, হত্যা, মারামারি, সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে বিরত হন। আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একসাথে যদি কাজ করি আমরা, নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হতে পারব। আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না, আর কিছু আমরা পাবো না। সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে। আমরা আজকে সুন্দরভাবে কথা বলেছি। সমস্ত দলের প্রধান দলের নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন। আমি ওনাদের ইনভাইট করেছিলাম এখানে। ওনারা ভেরি নাইস অফ দেম যে ওনারা এসেছেন, অ্যান্ড আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি এবং এই আলোচনাটা ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা দেশ পরিচালনা করব। মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব। আপনারা একটু ধৈর্য ধরেন, আমাদের কিছু সময় দেন। ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব। আপনারা আর এই সংঘাতের পথে যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন। আমাদের দেশের অনেক ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে। তো এগুলো থেকে আপনারা বিরত হন এবং আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি, আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
দর্শক আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন। সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে আলাপ আলোচনার মাধ্যমে এটা আমরা করব। আজকে এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির শীর্ষস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন, এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে, এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন, এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওনার এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না। হ্যাঁ, আজকে বিকজ আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি, আমরা আজকে যে এই পরিস্থিতি এটা একটা আমরা একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণ নিয়ে আসবো। সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে এবং আপনাদের সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা, এবং আপনারা মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে আমাদেরকে এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন, সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব। না, যদি জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না। আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিবেশের দিকে যাচ্ছি। আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করবো, বাট আমাদের হয়তো 2-1 দিন সময় দিতে হবে। এটা আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে শান্ত হওয়া এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা। আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুলকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি, যেহেতু ওনাকে ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করেন এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি আশা করব যে এই ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। এখানে আপনারা যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন। ইট ইজ টু আর্লি। আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন, একটু সময় দেন। আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। হ্যাঁ, আপনারা সবাই যারা আন্দোলনরত যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
Okay, that was Bangladesh Army Chief making a pitch, making an appeal for calm and for protesters to stop the violence, stop the vandalism. On your screen, some of them are the visuals that you see, some of them are deferred visuals, but you can see that on your screen, that vandalism and violence is what protesters have been resorting to, and we'll keep getting fresh visuals of that story. Even as Sheikh Hasina has fled, she's no more in the country, she's no more in Bangladesh, the army has taken over, there's an interim government that will be put in place, but when that happens remains to be seen. As of now, there is a constitutional crisis in Bangladesh because the president is expected to take over. There's no army coup. Let me just tell this to our viewers. There's no army coup. There's no effort by the army to take power forcibly, but it is now in charge till an interim government comes in. Okay, let's get in my colleagues to get all the angles to this developing story, which has huge implications for India. Even as, let's first get in Mohammad Ghazali, Vishal Vivek, as well as Vasudha Venugopal to tell us the different angles to this big story that we are tracking. But first up, Ghazali, let me ask you this, the immediate, before we come to the big picture in terms of the impact this has for India, the big picture, she's supposed to, Sheikh Hasina's fighter jet is supposed to land in India very shortly. What are the next steps? What are the kind of diplomatic protocol that she will be extended to? Whom could she meet? Most important, refueling stop before she goes further. What's it? Talk to us about the next immediate steps, given that she is going to be in Indian territory very shortly.
See, as far as the diplomatic processes is concerned, India is walking a very tightrope here because they don't want to be seen as somebody who is helping Sheikh Hasina while the situation is on the boil in Bangladesh. The BSF DG has rushed to Kolkata to ensure that the borders remain quite calm. And that is why what is expected when Sheikh Hasina lands here in Delhi, that perhaps for a short while she will stay for refueling. And what we are picking up is that she will be flying to London because she has got her niece who is a parliamentarian there. So it is very likely that her stay in India will not be longer than usual because many diplomatic experts or the old Bangladesh watchers are saying that India will have to trade very cautiously in a situation like this where an interim government is still not in place. The army chief has hinted of interim government formation, and they're also in touch with the academicians in Bangladesh. And one name which has come up in Bangladesh is Professor Salimullah, who is a professor of fine arts there, and he may be heading the government. But just to tell our viewers, the government is not in place right now. It's still under the army control. The interim government formation has not happened, and the army is still discussing with different political parties. So as far as her stay in India is concerned, even if it is going to be there, it will be very short, for very short duration. And as you mentioned, it may be just for the refueling before she departs for London.
Absolutely, it could be a quick refueling stop. But again, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that India will extend to former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina? Who could she be meeting at the airport? How long could this stay be? Could really give an indication of how India is viewing this entire crisis in Bangladesh. Stay with me, Ghazali. I'm also getting Vasudha, but before that, Vishal, let me ask you this, that in terms of the turmoil that is happening in Bangladesh right now, Army Chief's appeal for ensuring calm, for protesters to stop the vandalism is having absolutely no impact. The latest visuals that I was seeing, which we'll get for our viewers also in a short bit, is that the museum has also been set on fire by protesters.
That is correct. So this has been going on for at least 2 weeks now. Lakhs of protesters have been on the streets for more than 15 days now. So it would take some time to, contain these emotions. They had been on a rampage for about 2 weeks. There had been repeated clashes between police and the protesters, which had resulted in deaths of at least 300 people over the last 15 to 20 days. It will take some time. It's been a couple of hours since the army chief, addressed the media and asked the protesters to calm down and, extended a hand that they will form a government, an interim government that they will probably make with the BNP, which is the main opposition party in Bangladesh right now. So what this means for India is also one of the main questions, because in the past, when BNP had been in the power, it had been a tough ride for India as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned on the border of India and Bangladesh. India had faced a lot of troubles on the border due to BNP being in the power. And ever since BNP's ouster, Sheikh Hasina had stepped in and extended a friend's hand to India and said that the government will support India in any ways possible to contain the terror operations across the border, and they had been successful in many ways. So that is the main key point for India, and how this new government, how it adapts, that remains to be seen.
Yes.
Whether the Islamic fundamentalism will come back, that remains to be seen.
That's a concern, that's a fear, but I'm going to come to that in just a bit, because I want to first address the immediate. Vasudha, I'm going to come to you, but I want to address the latest visuals. Let's take them full frame. There you can see that's the latest visuals coming in of the museum being set on fire by the protesters. As I said, the appeal for calm having zero impact on the protesters. Some reports suggested that over 4 lakh protesters were on the streets today in Dhaka, despite the fact that their number one demand, Sheikh Hasina has left Bangladesh. The country, though, remains on the boil because protesters refuse to go back, refuse to withdraw, even though their biggest demand has been met. Those are the latest visuals coming in of the museum being vandalized, in fact being burnt by protesters, even as the army continues to ask for the calm to prevail, for protesters to go back. In fact, earlier we had visuals of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh. His statue was also vandalized. Okay, I'm going to come to Vasudha in just a bit, but I want to now get in the India angle. Ghazali, now this is very important and very significant for India from 2 aspects. One is the fact that who comes next, as to who will now take over, whose government could be formed, and who would be the interim prime minister, because remember, you can only be the prime minister if you're there in parliament. The primary opposition party, that was BNP, boycotted the elections completely. So there cannot be any representative from Khalida Zia's party. So who could take over in the interim before the elections are announced? Because this turmoil cannot go on for any time longer than absolutely necessary.
See, first that India has lost its trusted aid in Bangladesh. We know that how Sheikh Hasina was here in the swearing ceremony, and she was one of the first international leaders to visit India or meet Prime Minister Modi after he took over for his 3rd term here. So one, that we have lost a trusted partner. Second, the bigger concern for India is that right now the region, our neighborhood, immediate neighborhood is in turmoil. There is instability, and all depends upon the army chief, because he made those announcements. He facilitated a departure of Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh while the entire country was on the boil. He ensured that she's safely leaving the country, departing the country with her sister. So all depends upon who he appoints as somebody to take charge for the new government. The third thing is that India will also be concerned that not any party which has even a remotest hint of being having a history of anti-India sentiments or harnessing anti-India
I'm going to come back to that aspect, because that requires greater discussion in terms of what happens if Khalida Zia or some of the other elements come to power. But I want to get in Vasudha first. She's standing outside Bangladesh High Commission. Vasudha, how India now deals with the present and immediate is very significant. How long Sheikh Hasina stays in Delhi, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that is extended to her, will be very significant and important. Talk to us, what are your sources telling you about this?
Well, Gauri, I'm coming to you from the Bangladesh High Commission, and the action here has really intensified in the last few hours. When I came here in the afternoon, there were hardly like a few policemen, but now if you look at the security here, it's been beefed up. There are barricades everywhere, and there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing those black badges of protest, signaling that they also support what really happened in Bangladesh. And remember, what happened in Bangladesh was something that was sort of a deja vu, because we've seen something like this happening in Sri Lanka and of course in Afghanistan and Myanmar. So India's neighborhood has been in a state of unrest, and clearly, these protests in Sri Lanka started on July 1st, and we've seen that intensify over the last few days, with the army in some ways also supporting it, and India has been very concerned about it, considering Jamaat-e-Islami's youth wing has also been supporting the protests. So MEA has officially reacted to this in the past few days, saying that it is monitoring the situation. In fact, just yesterday, India released a very important stern advisory to citizens, signaling them, cautioning them, against any travel in Bangladesh, and making it very clear that they also need to be in touch with the Bangladesh High Commission there. So for India, Bangladesh is very critical, because, it is also important, a pivotal country for its Look East policy, considering that India also wants to stall China's advance and influence in this particular region. And when it comes to Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina's relationship, Gauri, you know this better than anybody else. It has been like a Shonali Adhyay, like it's been a golden era of diplomacy for both countries, because, be it bilateral relations, or for that matter trade, infrastructure, port connectivity, or for that matter, even cultural relations, we've seen that grow in the last 10 years. But apart from that, there have also been concerns raised with the allegedly anti-democratic nature of the elections that took place in January, which also put Sheikh Hasina back in power, for the fourth term. She's been at the helm of Bangladesh since 2009, but she has been a trusted ally of India. Khaleda Zia, the opponent, has been extremely critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi friendship. So clearly a lot of reworking of foreign ties will have to be done, which is what our MEA officials are sort of involved in. But as of now, we know that she has sort of left from Bangladesh, and she is somewhere, she's expected to go to an undisclosed location. It could be London, she could be actually coming to Delhi and going off to London, but there is no clarity, there is no official statement on what kind of diplomatic treatment that she could get from India, because this is one area where India would be extremely careful, and there would be a lot of thought put into this, and that is one thing that India would be very careful about. And remember that she has been to India for at least 10 times in the last 10 years, and she was here just on the 24th of June, and also for the swearing in of the Prime Minister for the third time. So there are many friendly ties at stake. At the same time, for India to put on that objective, neutral face to ensure that its own interest is at the helm of it will be very critical.
Absolutely. In fact, Vasudha, I was coming to just that. The personal camaraderie, the personal equation that Prime Minister Modi shares with Sheikh Hasina, it's only grown in the last decade or so. And in fact, India was one of the few countries that was rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina's re-election earlier this year. Talk to us about how the dynamics now gets changed, and what is it that is now the thinking in the security establishment given these developments that are coming in.
Well, Gauri, as we know that Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted ally of, of India, and also particularly of Narendra Modi, when it came to addressing India's concerns about, Islamic terrorism, Islamic extremism. She has been somebody who has addressed those concerns, and that has also been a point of contention between Sheikh Hasina and Khaleda Zia. So clearly Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi have also started many projects between Bangladesh and India, strengthening the bilateral ties, and when it comes to port connectivity, infrastructure, this whole railway station in Agartala, and also Indo-Bangla movie making, the kind of shared heritage that we have with respect to Rabindranath Tagore, or celebrating the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. All these things did happen in the last 10 years, which is why this friendship was considered, this whole age was considered Shonali Adhyay, or the golden era of diplomacy between India and Bangladesh, because it did reach the peak of, diplomacy. But other than that, there have been concerns with regard to Sheikh Hasina's high-handedness, these whole allegations against her rigging these elections, and also most importantly the alleged high-handedness and also the anti-democratic nature of these polls that also saw her becoming the Prime Minister of Bangladesh for for the fourth time, and the way she dealt with opponents. So India has been very careful about this. She was also one of the leaders who was invited for Narendra Modi's swearing in, and she was, amongst the first foreign foreign dignitaries to visit Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he took over for the third time. So clearly many, friendly ties up there. But at the same time, India has, under Jaishankar and under Dr. Jaishankar and under Narendra Modi, has always put its own interests first. It has actually devised a new Look East policy where it looks at its own interest and also in some ways stalling the influence of China in this region, which is why I think it will be very mindful about the changing dynamics in the country, and it will look for a strategy which will put the national interest at the helm of it.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. I want to also now bring in Major General Gigi Dwivedi joining us live on the broadcast for the security implications of what's happening in Bangladesh. General Dwivedi, now this has huge security implications for India. The long border that we have with Bangladesh, it's been porous, it is porous. The fact that in the northeast in the past, especially when it was not Sheikh Hasina's tenure, there have been very heightened security risks. How do you see the present security challenges that emanate from the situation right now?
Well, Gauri, first and foremost, at the outset, it's very unfortunate as to what has taken place in Bangladesh from the political perspective. And I fought the Bangladesh war, and therefore I hold the interest of Bangladesh very dear. So coming to the specific point of Indian security, Bangladesh is very important for India from the security perspective, both from the external and internal security dimension. First, let's take the internal security, because when the government in Bangladesh, which was non-Awami League government, especially the Bangladesh and National Party, the territory of Bangladesh was being used by those elements which are inimical to India's interest, and especially Jamaati elements. And ISI had actually made deep inroads into Bangladesh, and therefore we found that our security interests were jeopardized, and a lot of anti-India elements were operating there, which was absolutely injurious to our interest. Secondly, if you take the external dimension, Chinese had made very deep inroads into Bangladesh, especially, Madam Zia's government was very pro-Chinese. And that again is a very serious concern, because as you know, the Chinese have adversarial attitude toward India, aggressive attitude, and what is happening in eastern Ladakh and on the line of actual control. So taking both these things in perspective, I think the development now is not in India's interest, and India will have to be very, very careful and very conscious of how our security interests can be jeopardized both from the internal and the external dimension. Gauri.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm just going to read out some of the latest infrastructure projects that China has had in Bangladesh. There are 7 railway projects, 12 highways, 21 bridges, and 31 power stations. So China is a big concern because it's now a big influence in Bangladesh. Now, the other aspect I want to ask you, General Dwivedi, is the fact that the Northeast corridor, there are serious security implications. How do you now view those? Do they get heightened in the immediate?
Absolutely, Gauri, because Siliguri corridor is very, very sensitive to us, because it's a very narrow neck which connects mainland India with the Northeast. And that has come into focus because Doklam happened there, and Chinese have been very active after Doklam in 2017. They have upgraded the infrastructure, and they are also pushing Bhutan to have an agreement which will give them actually tactical and strategic advantage here. Second point is, you see, Bangladesh, if we have favorable relations, and that's exactly what was during the Sheikh Hasina government, we had made number of connecting corridors, like Dhaka corridor was there, connecting Agartala. Then from Chittagong, we also were connecting to sit where the projects were there. So the point is that Bangladesh is very critical for us, both from the connectivity point of view and also to keep the China's influence on the foreign. And Chinese have made deep inroads in Myanmar. They have got the China-Myanmar economic corridor, and that is coming right into the Bay of Bengal. So I think that overall, this situation is not to India's interest, and it's going to set back progress we have made, especially with the connectivity, also with the anti-India elements that are operating there. Sheikh Hasina government has gone an extra mile to ensure that India's security interests are well taken care of, and more so, especially from the strategic perspective, tactical perspective, and also from the economic perspective.
General Dwivedi, I'm going to come to some of those aspects. I need to take a very short break. What happens going forward? Bangladesh-China cooperation, Pakistan-Bangladesh cooperation, will that increase? The security implications for India. We come back with also the immediate focus. What happens in the next 24 to 48 hours? I request all my colleagues to stay with us. Rolling coverage of the Bangladesh turmoil continues. We come back after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the turmoil that has gripped Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi and I'm joined by General Gigi Dwivedi, who's a defense analyst, to decode the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and the security implications that arise from it. On your screens, viewers, are those images of vandalism and violence that protesters in Bangladesh have resorted to, even though their number one demand, that Sheikh Hasina should resign as Prime Minister, has been met. The violence and vandalism continues even as the army chief has appealed for calm. He's appealed for protesters to end their violence and go back. The army chief has also promised that there will be an interim government soon, but the security implications of this and the very latest that is happening in Bangladesh is what the focus will be over the next 30 minutes. Let me also get in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on what's happening. Ghazali, Sheikh Hasina's plane is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon. Talk to us what is happening right now behind the scenes. What is it that your sources within the government are telling you? How are they going to approach this situation right now?
See, the governments, especially the Ministry of External Affairs sources, are tight-lipped about how she will be received, whether there will be any government representative at the airport to see her or not, or what could be the duration of her stay. Because India is also maintaining a close eye on what is happening in Bangladesh. They don't want to be seen as somebody who has facilitated her escape from Bangladesh. And I'll just give you one update which you're getting from the Students Against Discrimination, that one group which was spearheading this anti-quota stuff in Bangladesh. They have issued a statement after the army said that there will be an interim government. They have said that the power transfer in Bangladesh should be done after prior consultation with the protesters, because they say that they have lost more than 100 people since yesterday. More than 100 people have died or been killed in this protest, so they should be consulted before somebody is appointed as in charge of the interim government in Bangladesh. But as far as Sheikh Hasina's arrival in Delhi is concerned, what we're picking up is that MEA is very tight-lipped about the situation. No one knows that who is going to be at the airport, but certainly there will be back-channel talks which are going on because she's arriving in Delhi.
Tell us, what is her final destination? Where is she headed from India? Where is she headed from Delhi? Tell us that.
Her niece is a parliamentarian in UK, so what we are being told is that she will be departing with her sister. She will be going to London after refueling here at Delhi airport. So her final destination will be London. She is not going to stay here in Delhi for a very long time. It will be ensured that she leaves for London as soon as the refueling is done at the Delhi airport.
Do we know who will be meeting her from the Indian side? Any idea the protocol that could be extended? She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh.
Yes, now she's the former Prime Minister, but there is no word as of now that who will be at the airport to see her, whether any Indian government official will go and receive her there. But all the assistance will be provided to her once she lands here in Delhi.
Okay, so along with Sheikh Hasina, her sister Sheikh Rahana is also traveling with her. And as reports seem to suggest right now, and as what Ghazali, my colleague, is telling, that they are headed to London right now, and there's no word on how Indian government is viewing this unprecedented situation in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina will be in Delhi for some time. Stay with us. I want to quickly get in a word from Vishal, and then I get in General Dwivedi as well. Vishal, now talk to us about the latest that is happening in terms of the protests that are happening. Visuals are coming in as we speak. We are taking them also for our viewers to see that the vandalism is going unabated. It's as if the army chief's appeal is having absolutely no impact on the protesters. What do they really want?
So when the protest began about 2 weeks ago, they demanded that the quota that had been extended to relatives of the freedom fighters who had fought in the 1971 war, so that quota should be scaled back. So that demand, that was the main demand of the protesters, and that actually happened, and that was scaled back after the Supreme Court of Bangladesh stepped in and took away that order. But that calm sustained for only a few days. That was just a few days of calm, and then the protesters started their protest again. That was yesterday when the new non-cooperation movement started, and the protest spread across the country, especially in Dhaka. At least 14 police personnel were killed, and some children and women were also murdered. Some were, lynched. Some were killed brutally. So there were reports all across the country that people were getting killed. Police were firing indiscriminately on the people, on the protesters. So there were some other videos on social media showing that the Bangladesh army had actually stepped in and supported the people in some areas. All of that was happening, and then we heard the reports that Sheikh Hasina has finally stepped down. That was after weeks of protest, after at least 300 people had been killed. And these protests, as you rightly mentioned, have not really stopped after this major decision by the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. They still continue to ransack properties. They continue to take down statues across the country. So that remains to be seen how the army, which has promised that it will bring calm to the country, how the army will actually do that. It has promised that an interim government will be formed soon with the remaining parties. But how that will happen, that remains to be seen, because as you mentioned earlier, the BNP did not fight the elections last time. So how they will work around that, that remains to be seen.
Yes, indeed, Vishal, it remains to be seen how this situation will be brought back to normal. Army chief did also say that there will not be any unprecedented shooting incident or any of that against the protesters. The army chief assured that the protesters will not be shot at, but he's also appealed for calm, but you're not seeing that. Let's get in some of those visuals as we get in General Dwivedi as well. And but first up, viewers tuning in right now, Sheikh Hasina, the 5-time Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country in an unprecedented security situation. She first came to power in 1996, was there till 2001, and since 2009, she has been in power. The longest serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh. This was her 4th term. The 4th term started on a note which led to many questions being asked about the elections itself, which was boycotted by the opposition. And since then, there has been a clamor that this election was not conducted in a free and fair manner, and democracy and democratic traditions in Bangladesh were being compromised by Sheikh Hasina. All of that finally led to her ouster, with her now being on way to London with a quick stopover in Delhi. General Dwivedi, I want to first now ask you is that what about the Indo-Bangla border? We'll come to the other aspects related to Pakistan and China, but first the border. That's the immediate security threat, isn't it? It's a porous border.
No, absolutely, because India-Bangladesh border is about 4,050 kilometers, and it's a porous border and a very sensitive border, because as it is, a lot of infiltration and trans-border, breaches take place, and this border is very, very sensitive. I see two very important developments that are taking place. Firstly, Hindu minority population in Bangladesh is very vulnerable. In fact, when we fought the war, that time Hindu population was about 23%, today it's only 8%, and they'll be the first targets. And you can expect a lot of refugees coming in, point number one. And secondly, this is the time when the anti-India forces will gain ground. And therefore, in both the perspective, I think the border is very sensitive, and rightly so. Our security forces, especially guarding the border, must be on full alert, because the sensitivity, the porousness of border, and the length of the border, which is about 4,050 odd kilometers. Gauri.
Okay, let's stay with us, General Dwivedi, because I want to also get in my colleague Shreya as well as Vasudha Venugopal to give us the very latest that's happening. Shreya, you are at the airport. Tell us what's the latest that's coming in. It seems there are some reports suggesting that it could be senior IAF officials, that is the Indian Air Force officials, who could be receiving Sheikh Hasina, but no word is yet, no final confirmation is yet. Over to you. Give us the very latest.
That's right. There is no final confirmation here. We do not see the arrival of Sheikh Hasina, although there are these unconfirmed reports that she will sort of stop over here in New Delhi, and she's on her way to London. And she's, of course, as per sources, she has stopped in northeast city Agartala, the capital of Tripura, which is also the closest to Dhaka. But there are no signs here in the Indira Gandhi National Airport. We do not see any inkling of her arrival anytime soon. But of course, we are aware that India has sort of decided to offer her a safe passage through the Indian airspace following her request from Dhaka. And as for now in New Delhi, we do not see any inkling of her arrival.
So this is in fact one of the questions that I'm sure we'll have an answer to during the broadcast itself. Shreya is standing at the IGI airport, but it's a military aircraft in which Sheikh Hasina and her sister Sheikh Rahana are traveling. So there's a fair chance that it may not be the IGI airport, but probably the Hindon airbase. No clarity, no confirmation as yet, but possibility. Okay, Vasudha, you are at the Bangladesh High Commission. Tell us, how is it that the Indian government is monitoring this situation right now? Unprecedented, a lot of flux right now in our neighbor. Every challenge that could be anticipated is very much on the anvil right now.
Absolutely, Gauri, and we know we have seen this before in our neighborhood. We have seen things going really bad in Sri Lanka. We have seen what happened in Afghanistan and also in Myanmar. So this is a repeat of what we have seen. But Bangladesh is extremely pivotal when it comes to India's own Look East policy, and specifically with regard to India's efforts to stall China's predominance and influence in this region. I'm coming to you live from the Bangladesh High Commission, and like you rightly pointed out, Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi very shortly. But there is some sort of understanding that she would not be landing in the Palam airport, and there could be one of the other airstrips that she could be using. It could be either Hindon airstrip or anything else. But you know, there is a likelihood that she will not follow the conventional airport route, and we are not very sure as to what the diplomatic parameters would be. In the past, also India has given refuge to leaders who have faced protests in their country. But this is a very specific thing because there are allegations of high-handedness and also rigging of polls that Sheikh Hasina faces. Other than that, there is a lot of anger against her. These protests in Bangladesh started on the 1st of July, and these are mainly student-led, and this is because there was a court in Bangladesh which basically ruled in favor of reinstating 30% quota in jobs for family members of freedom fighters, which in some ways was seen as favoring members of Awami League. And today, if you see the visuals of what is happening in Bangladesh, offices of Awami League are being burnt down. So clearly there is anger against the party for basically, using undemocratic, conventions to, in some ways allegedly steal the mandate. Remember that Sheikh Hasina has been in power since 2009, and it's in January that she came back as the Prime Minister of the country for the 4th consecutive term. So clearly she has a lot of power in her hands, and there are many questions that are being asked, which is why India will be very careful, considering that it will have a lot of answering to do. Khaleda Zia, the main opponent of Sheikh Hasina, has been critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi's friendship in the last 10 years. And like we were talking about how the last 10 years for bilateral ties between these two countries has been seen as a golden age of diplomacy. In Bengali, they say it's a Shunali Adhyay. So that basically saw a lot of projects take place in port connectivity, infrastructure, energy, movies, and also enhancing cultural relations. But then that seems to be a thing of the past, because clearly Sheikh Hasina is, her house has been seized, Gana Bhavan has been seized. She had had to flee from Bangladesh along with her sister in extremely surreptitious circumstances, and now she could be landing in Delhi anytime soon. This is in some ways a very diplomatic dilemma for India, but of course, our foreign ministry officials are very adept at this, and we have somebody like Dr. S. Jaishankar, who actually met her on the 24th of June. So she was here just a few weeks ago for the swearing in and also for the bilateral meeting, and she's been a regular visitor to India. She's been a trusted ally, but clearly when it comes to foreign policy, India will put its own interests first, and that will possibly reflect in its understanding and approach to this issue as well.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. General Dwivedi, now as we talk about the security implications, there's also a bit of a diplomatic area that India needs to now find sort of the best possible solution to, which is that this was an election, Sheikh Hasina's election in January was supported by India. India was one of the few allies that Bangladesh had, that Sheikh Hasina had at the time this election was being questioned in several quarters. The election result eventually led to Sheikh Hasina's ouster as well, because there was a fair bit of anger around the election itself because it was boycotted by the opposition party. How do we go from here diplomatically as we wade through these uncertain diplomatic waters from here on?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Sorry, I
sir.
missed
Yes,
out your-
loud and clear, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are right that as diplomatically, it's a very sensitive issue. India has to do some tightrope walking because let's face the fact that relationship between India and Bangladesh during Sheikh Hasina's time were, I think, very harmonious and very favorable to India. In fact, she was seen as someone who is pro-India, and that was not being liked because on the ground, India doesn't have a very favorable, kind of image or sentiments as far as Bangladesh general public is concerned. Now, there are two issues. One is that what we achieved over the last 10, 12 years is going to be nullified. Secondly, how we are going to build a new relationship with the new dispensation which comes in. For next couple of months is the army which will be running the interim government. And fortunately, between Indian army and the army of Bangladesh, there's a good harmonious relationship.
I want to address some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Sheikh Hasina has landed. Let's get that. Okay, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed at the Hindon airport. She also has her sister, Sheikh Rahana, with her. And they will be here for a short period of time and then are likely to move ahead to their final destination, which is expected to be the UK. Now, how long will she be here? What is the kind of diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her? Will she reach out to anybody in the security establishment in New Delhi? Are all questions. Let's change that. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed in Delhi right now at the Hindon airport. Let's get in Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on this. Ghazali, as we've been talking, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. Tell us what could be the next few steps for as long as she's on Indian soil.
This is particularly done, Gauri, to ensure that she was not landing there at the IGI airport and the Palam airport or any such airstrip and at the Hindon Air Base. So Air Force officials will be receiving her there, and it was also to ensure her safety and privacy. Right now, we are not in the know of the things that how she will proceed from there or where she will be proceeding from there. But we know that her stay is going to be of a very brief duration, after which she will be moving to London. Now, whether Indian government has sent out some message to her or not, with the involvement of Indian Air Force officials being there, certainly Indian government is involved there. As of now, we just know that she has landed there at the Hindon Air Base, and after which she will be flying out to London. But the duration of after how long she'll be flying to London is not known yet, but we only know that with her sister, she has finally landed here at Hindon Air Base. So all these reports that she was going to some other country has been proven wrong. She has rightly come to her neighborhood in India, and certainly Indian government has been coordinating when it comes to her departure, or say escape from Bangladesh at a time when people are on the ground there.
Okay, so Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon Air Base. Remember, that's not a civilian air base. It's a military air base. She was in a military jet because Sheikh Hasina had cut some sort of a deal with the army, which is why she got the exit that she did, even though there were 4 lakh protesters on the streets of Dhaka today, and she did manage to leave Bangladesh safely. She's landed here. In the next couple of minutes, we'll have an idea as to how long she will be here, whether or not there'll be any communication with anybody from the Indian security establishment. Could it be just a refueling break? Remember, it's a long flight from here on to UK. I want to tell our viewers that Sheikh Hasina's father, Mujibur Rahman, had also come to India during former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's tenure. That time he had sought refuge, and India was at the forefront of helping Bangladesh get freedom. So it's 50 years later, it's Sheikh Hasina who's here. Circumstances are different. Her stay would also be different. But this is important to tell our viewers tuning in right now that Sheikh Hasina is in India. She's in Delhi, just like her father was before 1971, along with the entire family. I believe my memory serves me right, sons as well. But the big story, Sheikh Hasina, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has landed at the Indian Hindon Air Base. She was traveling in a military jet. She'd cut a deal with the Bangladesh army, and which is why she got an exit. Whether it was honorable, whether it was dishonorable is the big question that we'll come back and talk more on. But the in Bangladesh continues, even as the diplomatic huddle that is likely to follow for India is also expected to continue next couple of hours. How India will approach Bangladesh, how India will approach Sheikh Hasina's departure, and how India will approach the security implications of this is all that I'm going to come back and talk more on. But on that note, we slip into a very, very short break as we come back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
Oh, the performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
Oh, the performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more.
Hello and welcome to NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh. On your screens are the latest updates coming in, breaking news. Former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has landed at the Indian Air Force Air Base at Hindon. She was travelling in a military jet along with her sister, Sheikh Rahana. Both of them have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi, near Delhi, and are en route, likely to be en route to London from here on. How long will they stay? The diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her. Who are the likely people, if at all, somebody will meet her? Are the questions that we will ask. But first up, the headlines coming in this evening at 6 p.m. Bangladesh army takes over. Sheikh Hasina has landed in India. Former Prime Minister has been ousted and fled the nation amidst unprecedented protests. Army announces that an interim government will be formed, even as Army Chief appealed for peace and asked protesters to stop the vandalism. An angry mob stormed into Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence. Protesters vandalized Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace was also ransacked by angry protesters. Bangladeshi journalist joining us live on the broadcast to give us the very latest of the flux that's unfolding in the state. Tell us, sir, what's the... Masoom Khan joins us on the broadcast. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, my first question, tell us what's the latest that's happening on ground? What's the situation? Is there any possibility of a calm now coming in, given that the number one demand of protesters has been met? Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Khan, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, NDTV, India. Bangladesh, this situation is very critical situation. Long week, the Bangladeshi student and Bangladeshi people, many demand our honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. But 2 days ago, student and people asked one demand: resign Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This situation is a very dangerous situation. Our country, Bangladesh, this situation, country leave Sheikh Hasina and Sheikh Hasina's sister Sheikh Rehana landing our friend country, India. So at this time, our army chief and others, Air Force chiefs, others, law enforcement person meeting honorable President at Bangabhavan. This situation, so long time disaster.
I'll take two more,
our country, yes. This situation is a very critical situation. Our Bangladesh decision destroyed Bangabhavan, destroyed our Parliament Bhavan, and so another Awami League party office. This situation has destroyed any Mahanagar, Jela, Awami League party office, and this time our army chief at press conference 4 p.m. at Bangladesh, he asks any situation under control, and he all others general this night meeting at president, and so this time all our Bangladeshi people wish a peaceful meeting at our Army General.
This is what I want to ask you, sir, that if everybody wants peace, the army chief has said that there will not be any hostile action that will be taken against protesters. He's asked for calm. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. So why is it that protesters are not ending their protests now? How long will this continue? And the scale at which the vandalism is happening is unprecedented.
Thank you. This situation, Army Chief's press conference, all are our TV and print and electronic media journalists, and where he says peaceful, all students, all people, this time peace and peacefully systemic this long time we recognize at this time Bangladesh is very a dangerous situation run.
Okay, all right, Mr. Khan, thanks so much for joining us. Yes, it's a dangerous situation because of the scale of political uncertainty that's engulfed Bangladesh right now and the serious security challenges it's throwing up to the entire region. Thanks so much for giving us that update, and I'm going to get my colleagues to fill us in with the very latest. Vasudha Venugopal joins us live from Bangladesh High Commission. So does Saurabh, who's joining us from Kolkata to fill us in on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. Saurabh, to you first. You've been working the phones to get us the latest on what's happening on ground. Talk to us. How long will this political uncertainty continue? Who could be the interim Prime Minister? How soon could the elections take place? Is the army now keen to have a longish stay in terms of having a hold over the country right now? Tell us, what is it that you're picking up on any or all of this?
Well, the first is that return to normalcy. That's still some time away, and I can tell you that because the Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30 in the evening due to the unrest. An Indigo flight from Chennai, which was heading to Dhaka, is headed back to Kolkata to refuel and go back to Chennai. Meanwhile, the special Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is presumed to have been carrying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India now. It has flown over Indian airspace for the last couple of hours or so, having taken off from Kurmitola and then flown in a direction towards Kolkata, and have then, of course, having flown onwards through Indian airspace. And we believe that it would have been in India now. And what we've been given to understand is Hindon Air Base is where that aircraft is. That's one thing that we've been given to understand from authorities, and also, several social media handles that have been tracking the progress of that Bangladesh Air Force flight, which also we had been tracking on NDTV right from the start. Now, apart from that, what next? Well, a semblance of normalcy will return, perhaps once an interim government is formed. Right now, the situation is fluid, it's volatile. We have pictures of people, barging into Ganabhabon, the official residence of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, till just about a few hours ago. And now you have absolutely random people, right in the bedroom, moving around the official residence, walking off with whatever they can. Some people, putting pictures on social media of enjoying a feast inside the Prime Minister's, residence. So these are pictures that are still emerging from Bangladesh and Dhaka, which means that law and order and peace is still far from returning. Which means
how do we get that peace?
That's
the immediate focus. How do we get that peace, Saurabh? How do we ensure, or how will the army chief ensure that peace comes in? That's the first priority, isn't it? How do you ensure that calm prevails after what has been an unprecedented security situation?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to have that interim government in place, because then you can take decisions, then you can set things in order. But what has also happened is that, we were asking a question, reporters in Dhaka were asking a question about the interim government, when the army chief said, look, the longer you are, the more questions you ask me, the more you delay me. Obviously, hinting at forming that interim government. And that is something that we're still not clear about. Who forms this interim government? Because remember, the Awami League, which had been elected in an election that was held in Bangladesh in January this year, was not represented at that meeting before. Now, Sheikh Hasina, of course, we are being told, quit on an ultimatum from the army. But now, of course, the focus is on forming that interim government in Dhaka. And Dhaka right now is volatile. Dhaka is not peaceful. Dhaka has protesters around on the streets who are doing as they wish. We've seen pictures, mind-boggling pictures actually, to see a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who really is the founder, the founding father of the country, his statue being vandalized. So these are, absolutely mind-boggling visuals that we've seen over the day in the dramatic evacuation of Sheikh Hasina from the official residence, just perhaps, maybe not even an hour before it was stormed. And then, of course, that aircraft flying out of Kurmitala and heading to India. But obviously the focus is now on that interim government. There are meetings on, high-level meetings on in Dhaka. The army chief is expecting to put an interim government in place. Of course, the army is going to play a major role in all of this, but that interim government is something that's the need of the hour. Every minute without a government in Dhaka is actually prolonging the chaos that prevails on the streets of Dhaka and Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Saurabh. There is chaos and chaos everywhere. But this interim government, how soon it's formed, is really going to be the key focus area for India as well. Vasudha, let me bring you in on that. That's exactly what India would also be now keeping a very close watch on. Who will lead this interim government? How long will it stay? When will the elections happen in Bangladesh? This political uncertainty, how long will it go on, is going to be now India's top focus as well.
Absolutely, Gauri. And let me tell you, when I came to this Bangladesh High Commission just a few hours ago, I was talking to some staff members there, and all of them had these black badges of protest. And while most of them did not want to talk about it, at least one or two did say that their sympathies are with the student protesters. So clearly the protests that started on the 1st of July in Bangladesh, that have rocked the country to an extent that its Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who has been at the helm of this country since 2009, had to resign and flee from the country. So many of them are actually in support of that. That actually reflects the situation in the country, and it also shows that there could be far-reaching circumstances of what has happened in Bangladesh, not just in India but also in the entire neighborhood. What we hear now is that Sheikh Hasina has already landed in the Hindon air base, which is in Loni district of Ghaziabad, and this is also, I remember, one of those airstrips where a lot of people who were fleeing from Afghanistan used to sort of land in. I'm told that no diplomatic protocol was awarded to her because she no longer is the head of the state, or for that matter, so for instance, there are diplomatic protocols that the MEA sort of puts in place, and because she's not a head of a state, that she was not accorded one. But clearly there is a possibility that she could be recording a video statement. She could be releasing that soon. Local media has reported that, Bangladeshi local media has reported that she was not even allowed to record that media because people had barged into the Gana Bhavan, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister, and she had to flee from there, from Dhaka, along with her sister. So clearly, this is a difficult time for Bangladesh. India is keeping a close watch on this. Yes. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the country, and Sheikh Hasina have been trusted allies, but Bangladesh is a pivotal country for India when it comes to checking the influence of China, and India is sure that it will put its own interest ahead of everything else. So that is why, when it comes to border issues, this is also the time that India will sort of, put in measures, proactive measures to ensure that India will not have to face the brunt of the tragedy that is unraveling in Bangladesh.
Stay with us, Vasudha. That's a very important update that you've given, that no diplomatic protocol was extended to Sheikh Hasina because she's no longer the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Former Ambassador Baswati Mukherjee joins us on the broadcast, and along with Brahma Chilani, Strategic Affairs expert. Thanks much for speaking to me on this developing, unprecedented story that's unfolding in our neighborhood. Ma'am, to you first, Ambassador Mukherjee, the fact is that as things stand right now, there is a great security risk that India is staring at, a political flux and a vacuum that Bangladesh is itself now engulfed in. what should be the immediate focus areas that India should now prioritize towards ensuring or bringing in some semblance of normalcy?
Well, first of all, I think the most important thing is to secure our citizens who are in Bangladesh, our High Commission, our diplomats, and also to think about the fate of the minorities in Bangladesh, the Hindus who are there, Bangladeshi citizens. I hope and pray that the mob will not turn on them. They were 26% when Bangladesh became independent. Today they are less than 5%. These are matters which would inflame public opinion in India. We would need to secure our borders to ensure that there is no refugee exodus in an uncontrolled manner. We would need to wait and watch and see what kind of interim government is being formed, what are the sympathies of that government, whether the army is going to be actually forming a civilian government or is going to first take charge. But in my perspective, watching what you're showing on the screen and earlier on social media, it would appear to me that the first thing that the army needs to do in Bangladesh is to establish rule of law and to make the mob go back home. Unless that is done, Bangladesh is in turmoil and is unraveling. So the first need of the hour, which is an internal matter of Bangladesh, it's not for India to comment on it, is to establish rule of law and law and order in Bangladesh. Once that is done, as far as India is concerned, we are the closest, one of the closest neighbors. We have actually helped to liberate Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman is the founding father of Bangladesh. Very painful to see his statue being desecrated. But this is foreign policy. Situations change in neighboring countries. We need to wait and watch and see what kind of government is formed, and that government should be formed as soon as possible so that law and order can be brought back. It seems to me to be very strange that so much of turmoil and chaos could happen within 24 hours, particularly because the Supreme Court of Bangladesh had already rolled back the original issue which had caused conflict, which was the reservation issue, which had been accepted by the government. And at that point of time, it had seemed as if the protests would die down. Therefore, it would appear to me that these protests actually are very political in nature, and we would need to see whether they would also take an anti-India direction.
Yes.
In that case, it would be of great concern to India. It would be of great concern for the safety of our citizens who are there, of the students who remain, and of course, of the minorities, the Bengali Hindus who had stayed back in Bangladesh when it became independent. I come, by the way, from Bangladesh myself, from Dhaka. My parents come from Dhaka, and the security of the Hindus holding Bangladeshi passports would be on our mind definitely as we watch the chaos unraveling on the streets of Dhaka.
Okay. Mr. Chilani, to you, I want to ask that, some of the questions and some of the very important aspects that Ambassador Mukherjee also raised, which is that how political are these protests in nature? Are they being instigated throughout this year? In fact, the whole of 2024, ever since elections results came out, Sheikh Hasina cried hoarse that there was foreign hand in instigating these protests, and also talking about the election results in a certain manner, colored the verdict that came in. How do you see these protests, and whether or not there's actually a foreign element in terms of instigating these protests and its India impact?
That's an important question. What we know is that the Biden administration began targeting Hasina's government last year in the run-up to the national elections in Bangladesh. And the Biden administration even threatened to impose sanctions on key officials of the Hasina government. And when Hasina went to Washington last year to attend World Bank meetings, not a single official of the Biden administration met with her. And then more recently, we have seen signs of China being angered by Hasina's decision to award the multi-billion-dollar Teesta project to India. China had been ready to execute that project, but Prime Minister Modi persuaded Sheikh Hasina to award that project to India because that project is coming up near India's chicken neck, and India did not want the presence of Chinese technicians and other workers in that sensitive area. So we know that powerful external forces were aligned against Sheikh Hasina, that it would take just 48 hours for a government to fall and fall so dramatically, with the army chief, not Sheikh Hasina, making the announcement of a departure, is very striking. It has, shocked many people, including me, that her government would fall so suddenly, so abruptly. And yet, I think for India, the developments in Bangladesh are of direct concern because whatever happens in Bangladesh directly impinges on India. India surrounds Bangladesh on three sides, and on one side is the Bay of Bengal. Bangladesh has a very narrow corridor with Myanmar. So developments in Bangladesh do hold direct implications for India. And also, as Ambassador Mukherjee pointed out, that the forces that were behind these protests are not exactly forces that are friendly to India. These forces that were either spearheading the protests or backing the protests, these elements included the Jamaat Islami, the BNP, which traditionally have been very anti-India, and we do not know what kind of new government will take office in Dhaka, whether the Awami League will have any role to play in the new government, whether these anti-India elements will gain some sway in the new government. All this has a bearing on India's security.
Indeed, indeed. And let me get that to Ambassador Mukherjee before I slip into a break, ma'am, which is that forces that may be or are inimical to India could play a very important political role going forward in Bangladesh. What should be our priorities in securing our strategic calculus?
The first and most important thing as a large neighbor and as a Bengali, I can tell you, is there's one thing that is similar in both parts of Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh, which is that Bengalis are hypersensitive about what they perceive as interference in their internal affairs. So it would be wise and prudent to do what we are doing, which is maintaining a diplomatic silence and allowing events to run their course while we watch them with horror on your TV screen, on our TV screens. We would have to act, as I said, if they go actively after Hindus, if they try to start killing Indian citizens, if they try to kill our students, and worst of all, if they attack the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and our consulates spread out over Bangladesh, that would be of immediate concern, and we would have to deal with it as any large nation would need to deal with it. I don't have to discuss it on national television. The other issue, which is of immediate concern, is the securing of our large border with Bangladesh to ensure that forces inimical to India and inimical to our national interests don't force their way in through that long border. Therefore, I see on the screen that the BSF is on high alert. We may be moving in our army to secure the border further. Please don't forget also that this has huge implications on what we call the chicken's neck, on the northeast, on the security of the entire northeast, on the security of my home state, West Bengal, and moreover, the impact it must be having right now as we speak on public opinion all over India, but particularly in West Bengal, which is directly impacted, and where many are descendants like me of families who were originally for centuries settled in Dhaka, Bikrampur, in what we call East Bengal before partition. And they would be particularly sensitive to the fate of Bengali Hindus who opted to stay on in Bangladesh because they thought that that is the country of their identity and culture, etc. Moreover, it is very ironical that Bangladesh broke free from the yoke of Pakistan military rule because they said that language and culture is more important. Bengali language and culture is more important than religion. But today, it would appear to me that the situation is so volatile that it could turn in the opposite direction.
Yes.
They could try to argue that ultimately the religious identity is more important than the Bengali language culture. So then definitely it would take an anti-India, anti-Hindu turn, and then definitely we would have to, not on national television, but quietly sit and look at our strategic options.
Okay.
Because we cannot sit by and watch Hindus or Indians being killed on the streets of Bangladesh.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to slip into a very short break, but we come back with this and lots more on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and its many implications for India, from strategic to military to the humanitarian angle that it may unleash for us as well. But it's time for a quick break. Rolling coverage continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Army coup in Bangladesh. Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina ousted, flees nation amidst unprecedented protests. Angry mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace ransacked. Where is Sheikh Hasina finally headed? Flight radar says that she was spotted over Kolkata. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina entered Indian airspace, landed at the Hindon Air Base. But what's her final destination?
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. you can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. It's in turmoil. There is political flux. There is uncertainty that is of unprecedented levels. So on your screen are some of those visuals of when the protesters took to streets, vandalized the most historic areas and places of Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman's statue was vandalized, the father of Bangladesh. His statue was vandalized. The Bongo Bhavan, where Sheikh Hasina used to be, has been vandalized. Then the museum has been as well. Even as the army chief has called for calm, asked protesters to go back, their number one demand has been met. Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country. She didn't even have enough time to actually deliver a video message. It was done by the army chief when he told Bangladesh and the world that the Prime Minister has fled due to a serious security issue. 4 lakh protesters, according to some reports, were on the streets of Dhaka protesting against Sheikh Hasina. What happens next in Bangladesh? The security implications it has for India. The humanitarian aspect of this entire crisis. Could it lead to more Bangladeshis wanting to enter India? Those are questions that the Indian diplomatic, strategic and security establishment is now grappling with. But first up, let's listen in to what Mamata Banerjee had to say, Bengal Chief Minister, on what is happening in Bangladesh.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না। যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে, আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশকে দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে, দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
Okay, that was Mamata Banerjee saying that Bengal, like India, is standing in Bangladesh's need of our my colleagues Saurabh Gupta and Mohammad Ghazali joining us on this broadcast. Saurabh, to you first, joining us live from Kolkata. Give us the very latest that's happening there. A very close vigil is what West Bengal is also now keeping on how things are unfolding in Bangladesh.
Well, let me tell you, the parliament in Bangladesh's Dhaka has been stormed. Protesters are occupying parliament. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence has been stormed. The gates have been breached. Protesters have enjoyed a meal, looted the residence, including saris, including utensils, including whatever they could lay their hands on. They've taken it and walked out. Chaos prevails on the streets of Dhaka. Television stations have been attacked. And of course, there is absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka. The Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30, given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. So obviously, absolute chaos and anarchy in Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. And this, of course, follows the resignation of Sheikh Hasina, who then, of course, had to evacuate from her residence just minutes before it was stormed. And she, of course, had to take a helicopter. And then, of course, she has been flown out of Bangladesh. We have been given to understand that a special Bangladesh Air Force plane has landed at the Hindon Air Base along with Sheikh Hasina. Now, perhaps the indications of Sheikh Hasina going to resign were there from yesterday. Yesterday onwards, the situation started getting bad. Yesterday, almost about, many were killed in the protests. But it was difficult to fathom that it would all happen so soon. But in the morning also, there were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina would step down, but not in this fashion that we've seen that has played out through the day, where she's had to flee, she's had to leave the country. Protesters have stormed Ganobhavan, the residence of the Prime Minister, stolen saris, stolen paintings, and basically anything that they could lay their hands on, they've walked off with. Also, they've, stormed parliament. They're sitting in parliament right now. And, you can see protesters in the parliament in Bangladesh. It's called the Jatiyo Sangshad. So that is the situation that prevails. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation. An Indigo flight that was headed to Dhaka made a
from
U-turn,
Dhaka, from
diverted
Ground
to
Zero.
Kolkata.
Salman Saeed joins us live on the broadcast. Salman, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, explain to us, talk to us, what is happening on ground right now? How is the situation anywhere close to being under control, or is it as bad as some of the visuals seem to indicate?
Currently, I'm right now standing in front of the Parliament building. It's just behind, few meters ahead. It's the intersection here. Thousands of people are in the streets celebrating the victory. Everyone is showing the peace signs. If you can see behind me, people are all waiting. They're very happy that the military has taken over. I've spoken to a lot of students who are happy now. That a lot of people have expressed their concern that the military has taken over. That there's still some places that have violence has taken place. Happy right now. There's still some places have some violence has taken place, but that's very common. It'll take time to take the whole city under control. But the agitated, there are people who are very happy. Students have expressed their. Students have fought for last few weeks. A lot of students dead. People have died. I was just outside 24 hours back. Okay, I'll let some people talk and then.
No, Salman, I want you to ask a question to them. Ask a question. What is it that they want now?
Sure.
What do they want?
Okay.
Sheikh Hasina has already left the country. Why are they not going back to their houses?
So English. Okay. So what do you want now when Sheikh Hasina is gone? What do you want? Actually,
Yeah. It's a fully shameful.
Okay.
And we hope in next generation got the democracy.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay. Salman, I want to come back to you.
For the democracy.
Salman, I want to come back to you because.
Thank you.
Because in a situation like this, first of all, I want you to be safe. Secondly, I want to ask you this because what is it that these students want? You tell me. Don't ask those questions. You tell me what is it that you feel that these students or these protesters actually want. Everybody wants them to go back.
The student wants, initially it was on their quota. All of their demands were they were there initially it was only the quota, but then they wanted the government down, and they wanted democracy and no more corruption in this country. I've spoken to hundreds of students, and they have expressed that they want a non-corruption country.
Okay, I see lots of people behind you. It just tells that everybody is still on the streets and nobody is going back despite appeals for calm, despite appeals for normalcy. Final question, Salman. Final question I want to ask you this is there a word that's coming in from the army after the army chief's message? What is happening on ground? Do you see enough police? Do you see enough security? Because this could spiral into a bigger crisis, a security crisis.
Exactly. What I've seen is there are militaries, but there's no police. There's been some violence across. So we will like to just move out. If the crowd is getting too heavy here, so we will move away from here, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, all right. That was Salman Saeed. We are trying to reach out to him to get us a sense of how things are right now on ground. You heard and you saw how he was actually completely taken over with the number of people on the streets, giving you an indication how volatile things are on ground and how inadequate the present security infrastructure is, given that lakhs of people still on the streets. Mohammad Ghazali, let me bring you in now. as things on the screens right now are flashes coming in that the External Affairs Minister has met Prime Minister Modi to apprise him of the crisis that's taking place in Bangladesh. Tell us, what is it that's happening in this meeting, a crucial meeting where Prime Minister Modi is getting an update from the External Affairs Minister?
See, Gauri, Sheikh Hasina has landed in India and she has landed at the Hindon Air Base. So certainly, this was all done by the clearance from the government of India. The Indian Air Force, the Indian Defence Services were also involved in it. And perhaps Bangladesh Army Chief was in constant touch with his counterparts here in India. And that is what the latest development is, to which Mr. External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, has gone to apprise the Prime Minister about. And we are also hearing the reports that perhaps Sheikh Hasina is also seeking asylum in UK, though her sister, who is with her, she is already a UK citizen. So to ensure that she leaves India or she gets an asylum in London, in UK, she'll have to leave India in some time. And to apprise the Prime Minister about all these latest developments or what kind of support India can provide in ensuring that they are not seen as pro-Sheikh Hasina back there in Bangladesh when people are out on the street very jubilant that Sheikh Hasina has left the country. So India has to create a very, you can say, India will have to be very cautious about the way it is perceived back in Bangladesh at a time when the country is not stable. People are out on the street. The borders of Bangladesh with the states in India is very porous, as we know about, and that is exactly, these are some of the developments which the External Affairs Minister is apprising the Prime Minister about, the details about Sheikh Hasina's arrival and her future plans from now onwards, that where she will be heading. Also, what is the ongoing situation back in Bangladesh? Who will be in charge of the interim government? Because the army chief said that the interim government will be installed there, will be elected there. But what will be the procedure? Because you heard the Bangladeshi reporter there, the people want democracy or a government, but after
from 30% to 5%, now the protesters are still unhappy. And Saurabh, you saw, in fact, the visuals of how Salman Saeed was completely swarmed with so many people around him, indicating that this is a security challenge that could quickly snowball into a major humanitarian crisis for India, especially in Bengal, where you are standing.
Absolutely, and this is a concern that, at the end of the day, we are just about, not even, I think, less than 500 kilometers from Dhaka. So that is, of course, the kind of geography this region has. But let me give you an understanding of what seems to have transpired. Now, when these protests started, they were anti-quota protests. And then, of course, there was a comment by Sheikh Hasina referring to Razakars. Who are the Razakars? The Razakars are perhaps the descendants of the Pakistani army's paramilitary that was deployed in East Pakistan to quell the freedom struggle of what was then known as East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. Who was the founder? Who led that freedom struggle? Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Now, the Indian Army also played a huge role in that crisis, but Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue today has been vandalized, and that will give you an idea of the kind of shifting of goalposts. Because remember, when it began, it was quota protests. We were talking about shifting of goalposts. Then it became Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now Sheikh Hasina has resigned. So what do the protesters want? Why are they still out on the streets? That's a question that everyone is asking. Because remember, Sheikh Hasina is gone. She's left the country. So this is, of course, a crisis that is continuing. There's absolute chaos. Parliament has been stormed. Gano Bhavan has been stormed. Gano Bhavan was the official residence of Sheikh Hasina. People have walked off with saris, with utensils, with, even fish. And there were videos circulating online of people eating inside Gano Bhavan. Parliament has been stormed. Parliament has been occupied by protesters. There is no government. Interim government has not yet been formed. The army has issued no firing orders. So it's an absolute free-for-all, anarchy, chaos on the streets of Dhaka. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. And this is a crisis that has gone from bad to worse. Remember, it's not only about Sheikh Hasina. It's not only about clearly quotas, because that debate was settled, that answer was settled long time ago. The High Court's order was, in the higher appellate court brought it down. So this is clearly something which the Awami League, the ruling Awami League has described, or was the ruling rather, I should say, in the past tense now,
Yes.
has described that this was always an illegal attempt at a power grab, is what the Awami League said.
Right.
That, you know, that the quota was just an excuse, the quota protests. But that, having said that, much water has flown under the bridge, and right now the situation remains chaotic. An interim government is what everyone is waiting for.
Yes.
Return to peace, calm is what everyone is waiting for in Dhaka.
Indeed, the situation is volatile and possibly could snowball into something bigger for India, and that's what we need to keep a very close vigil on. But what has Sheikh Hasina been like and her tenure been like for India in the last 10 years? India was the country, that one of the few countries that stood rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina when there were questions asked about her democratic credentials earlier in the year. In the last 10 years, she's had a very good rapport and bond with the Prime Minister Modi, and that has resulted in some very landmark key decisions being taken on both sides. Let's get in Disha Bakshi to tell us on what has Sheikh Hasina's tenure been like for India, what has been the India-Bangla relationship in the last 10 years between these two leaders.
So right, Gauri, in terms of the rapport between PM Modi and Sheikh Hasina and India and Bangladesh in general, as you mentioned, under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we've seen very excellent, very strong ties between India and Bangladesh, and most recently under Modi 3.0. In fact, Sheikh Hasina was the first foreign leader to visit India in this the government's new term. So, and even this visit was crucial for ties between India and Bangladesh, since both countries actually agreed to they had a discussion about the Teesta River Treaty, which has been an important issue between India and Bangladesh, and they agreed to send teams to assess the dam project, and Bangladesh and India had decided to work together to restore this dam project. Apart from that, India and Bangladesh have also worked very closely in anti-terrorism measures and to counter terrorism on the India-Bangladesh border. So in these issues, India and Bangladesh worked very closely together. And as you also mentioned, rightly so, that earlier in the year when Sheikh Hasina secured her fourth term in power in Bangladesh in the elections, there were many countries which criticized the elections, calling it unfair, calling it undemocratic, because the opposition parties did not participate in this election in Bangladesh. But India stood firmly and said that this is Bangladesh's domestic affairs, and that they stood by Bangladesh's elections, calling it fair. So, you know, close ties between India and Bangladesh. So now it's going to be we have to wait and watch to see how ties between India and this new interim government in Bangladesh will look like, because as history has showed, you know, this is not the first time there's been a military takeover or army takeover in Bangladesh. They have a history of army takeovers in their country. But when it comes to ties between India and these military governments, they've not necessarily always been good. But under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, ties between India and Bangladesh were quite strong. And even recently, Sheikh Hasina visited China, and the visit actually ended abruptly and quite early, which indicated that, in a sense, ties between Bangladesh and China weren't necessarily doing so well, which also is, in a sense, highlighting that Bangladesh was shifting closer to India. And especially the fact that the two countries were willing to work together and discuss the Teesta Dam project and the Teesta Dam restoration. So all of these things were crucial in terms of the ties between India and Bangladesh. So now it's really time to wait and watch and see how the situation develops in Bangladesh. And as per resources and reports, Hasina is in Delhi, so it's wait and watch to see what happens next.
All right, we take a very, very short break. We come back with lots more. Rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us. We come back with a very short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil that has engulfed Bangladesh. The latest reports coming in is that Sheikh Hasina, along with her sister Sheikh Rahana, have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi. How long will they stay? Is their final destination set to be London? Could there be changes in it? What happens then in Bangladesh in the next couple of days, weeks, is our big focus. Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us, joining us live from Kolkata. Saurabh, give us the very latest as things stand right now. Sheikh Hasina she landed at the Hindon Air Base. She was greeted by and there were IAF officials who were there to receive her, given that no diplomatic protocol is to be extended to her. That's what it looks like right now. Talk to us about what is it that you're picking up from your sources.
Well, it's been a day of very dramatic developments. It started early in the morning. There were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina was going to resign, and those indications were reported, but no one would have imagined it would have unfolded in this dramatic fashion. Now, Sheikh Hasina was given an ultimatum by the army to resign. She was also given safe passage because there were protesters that were marching towards Ganobhavan at that point. Ganobhavan is the official residence of the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina's residence till a few hours ago. Now, after that, Sheikh Hasina resigned, and she, of course, evacuated in a helicopter to a safer area, and then, of course, flown out of the country in a Bangladesh Air Force plane. And, of course, she's landed in Hindon, like you just mentioned, and she's currently in India, but like you said again, she's no longer the Prime Minister. So the question of diplomatic protocol is, of course, something that perhaps, is best, left to the judgment of those dealing with issues like these, which are diplomats and officials. But once she left and once that resignation was announced, absolute chaos has unfolded in the streets of Dhaka. And what has happened? Parliament has been occupied by protesters. Ganobhavan, the residence, has been stormed, People have looted, ransacked and vandalized the residence, walked off with whatever they could lay their hands on, saris, utensils, food, cutlery, paintings, whatever they could lay their hands on, flower vases, everything, whatever basically they could carry off, they've taken. Then also the airport at Dhaka has been shut because of the prevailing chaotic situations in the streets of Dhaka. Also, what we know is that several TV stations have been set on fire. There is no government, an interim government is yet to be formed. Absolute anarchy prevails in Dhaka and Bangladesh till the formation of an interim government. But as we speak, the army also has issued no firing orders, which means the protesters have a field day right now. And what has the Awami League said on this? Now remember, we were talking earlier of where this all began, the genesis of this, and that is of course the anti-quota protests. But the Awami League said that the anti-quota protests were basically a ruse for, what they blamed then was the BNP and Jamaat at an illegal, unconstitutional power grab. But of course now an interim government will be set up. The army will be largely responsible for maintaining law and order, even though the army chief's clear directions and orders that was made in televised press conferences that no firing on the protesters. But that has also resulted, as you can see, in absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka.
There's anarchy on the streets of Dhaka in Bangladesh. And as of now, with no firing orders, it seems that the unprecedented security issues that are being thrown up due to this turmoil would take a lot more to get them under control. Implications for India on several fronts, from diplomatic to strategic to humanitarian, all that needs to be addressed, even as it remains to be seen how long will Sheikh Hasina be in India. Will it be a quick refueling stopover, or could it be longer? Stay with us. We slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more. Our rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, Novak Djokovic wins Olympic gold.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Good evening and welcome to our continuous coverage of the situation in Bangladesh, where there has been the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, exiting her country, fleeing from Bangladesh, landing in New Delhi, perhaps for a refueling halt. The status of that we're just going to try and find out. As a result of lakhs of protesters out on the streets, not just in Dhaka but across the country. Many of these protesters stormed into her residence today. They vandalized her house. They vandalized the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of modern-day Bangladesh, and the father of Sheikh Hasina herself. What about Sheikh Hasina? Where does she go now? Reports suggest that after landing at the Hindon Air Force Base in a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, she may be on her way to London, where she has relatives. The Bangladesh Army is in control of the situation in that country. The Army Chief did a press conference. In that press conference, he said that there is an interim government which is going to be formed, and he's appealed to protesters to stop the killings, to stop the violence, and to ensure that they go home as soon as possible. He's also promised them that all of their demands will be met, and he said that the Bangladesh armed forces will not open fire on any of the protesters. But the big question mark at this juncture, what is the ground situation in Bangladesh? Because it's been absolute, complete anarchy on the streets of Dhaka. The numbers are wildly fluctuating. Lakhs of protesters is what we know, but has that number actually gone up earlier on today to 10 lakh protesters out on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital, as some reports seem to suggest? We don't have that detail just yet. For India, this is a very critical situation. Sheikh Hasina was a close friend of India, and what happens now in that country in a period which might result in a great deal of instability is what India would certainly be worried about. This interim government which comes into place, will they have a firm grip on law and order? What are the contours of any new government which come into place? What is that going to be? But perhaps India's biggest concern right now, and indeed that is the big international concern, is, as I mentioned earlier, peace, a return to law and order, because it is mob justice, vigilante justice in Dhaka, which nobody seems to know where it's headed. In terms of what the government or the army chief now has said in Bangladesh, let's listen in.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
All right, so that's a brief excerpt of what the Bangladesh Army Chief said. He said that, look, the police are not going to be attacking anybody. Please listen to us, work with us, and please go back home. Now, for India, obviously, the border states, whether it's Tripura or it is Bengal, they'll be watching that situation very closely indeed. While parts of the border are fenced, there has always been a problem of illegal migration from Bangladesh into India. Any problem or trouble over there, and if there is a situation which develops with minorities being targeted in Bangladesh, this is a larger concern. It doesn't seem to be the case right now. Then obviously that's something that impacts our border states as well, Bengal for sure. Here's what Mamata Banerjee had to say.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না। যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে, আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশকে দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি, এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে, দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
I think the biggest surprise in terms of what's happened in Bangladesh is the speed at which we've had protests escalate into a prime minister having to flee from her own country, a prime minister who's been in power for several terms, and scenes like what you see on your screen, where a bust, a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who's been idolized around the world, certainly in Bangladesh, the father of Sheikh Hasina herself, is being defiled over there. This was the father of Bangladesh. That is the scene, what happened today. There are also lots of videos of people, of protesters entering the Prime Minister's house, of them lying down on her bed, walking off with couches, walking off with furniture, utensils, all of it, as you can see there on your screen. So it was a free-for-all at the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Nobody knows whether she'll be able to come back to Bangladesh, at least anytime soon. And so it's just complete chaos. I mean, scenes which reminded many of the situation in, let us say, Baghdad, when Saddam Hussein's regime fell. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal joins us now on the line, and Brigadier V.K. Khanna. Ambassador Dayal, are you surprised at the pace of the developments in Bangladesh despite the intensity of the protests?
Vishnu, I am here in the United States since mid-July, but I've been following the developments in Bangladesh. And I've been very concerned about what has been happening there. What has taken place could not have happened without some external interference. I suspect that there are foreign powers which have been involved in instigating the violence. Of course, there have been street protests. There have been a degree of public anger against the quota system which Sheikh Hasina's government had introduced. But there is no doubt that external powers have played a role in promoting the instability and leading to the overthrow of Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, I would also like to say that I'm concerned because of the fact that Bangladesh is our immediate neighbor. We have been wanting stability in that country. We have been helping to promote economic well-being in Bangladesh, and we have fostered a close relationship with Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, the instability which has now arisen in Bangladesh is of great concern to me because of the fact that we do not want an unstable neighborhood. And I am watching the events in Bangladesh with great concern and anxiety, and I hope that things can settle down there as quickly
All right,
as
Ambassador,
possible.
I'm just interrupting you now because we've got Salman who joins us from Dhaka. He's a reporter near the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Salman, thanks very much for being with us. What is the situation on the ground right now? Are these large crowds going back home? Salman, can you hear me?
I'm right now in
go
near
ahead,
Kano
Salman.
Bhavan. As you can see, I'm just 100 meters from the Prime Minister's residence, where people have been looting. Some of them are taking plants from the house. Yeah, I've seen on the road people were taking some fans and other loot. But kids, families have come down in the streets to celebrate the victory. You can see the students, the fighters. They are the fighters. They are the real fighters who have got this democracy today.
Salman, is there peace now? Has the violence ended?
And this the crowded people standing here in front of a bank.
Salman, is that bank being
Oh,
looted?
people are very angry because they can see the Sheikh Hasina's father's name on this building. It's written Bangabandhu Digital University. So they don't like, people are angry. They don't want to see the father of the nation's name on anything. They're very angry, so they're telling to bring it down, bring the signboard down.
All right. Is the army deployed in large numbers? Is the police deployed in large numbers? Is there still violence that you see?
Where they see the Prime Minister's father's name. I will just move forward and show you on the ground how it looks. We are just walking towards Prime Minister's home. It's another few hundred meters from here. As you can see, everyone is rushing freely, they're moving freely, they're celebrating. How are you feeling? I'm feeling. How do you feel that the democracy has come?
Outstanding. Actually, it's our freedom. We get freedom after 15 years. We proud our students about our students. But now we have missed Mugdho, Said, and a lot of students actually.
What is your name?
My name is Sanjida Parvi.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher.
Okay. And how do you feel that the students were the big part of this movement? How do you feel?
Yeah, actually, it is, of course, it's a big part our national and international reputation. Actually, we get honor, we get respect, everything, and finally we won. Actually,
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are moving ahead. Okay, please, can you tell me how do you feel? Why are you in the street?
Very good, and feeling অনেক ভালো আমাদের বাচ্চারা আমাদের নাতি অনেক কিছু দেখছে যে বাংলাদেশ আপডেট হচ্ছে আর একজন মানুষ তো এত টাইম থাকা উচিত না ওনাকে চেঞ্জ হওয়া উচিত ছিল যে আমরা আসছি আরেকজন উনি আমার ভাষণ দেয় যে আমি সবাই
All right, Salman, we'll come back to you in a moment. That audio is slightly unclear. If you can just get to near the Prime Minister's house and tell us what the situation there is. Just in terms of the sequence of events for the benefit of our viewer, in the first week of July, these students who were protesting against a quota which had been established for the descendants of freedom fighters of the 1971 war, a 30% quota in government jobs, they started protesting, saying that at a time when there is so much economic uncertainty and unemployment, a quota for those who are the next of kin or the descendants of freedom fighters is unacceptable. And so in the first week of July, they started obstructing railways and roads. University students were part of the protests. They led blockades and protests demanding reforms to the public sector quota system. Prime Minister Hasina dismissed these protests as, and I quote, students wasting their time unnecessarily in the name of the movement. In the third week of July, the protests intensified in Dhaka as reports of 6 people being killed during altercations between protesters and government supporters came to light. The Hasina government shut down schools and universities across the country, imposing a curfew. There were fresh clashes which resulted in at least 32 more deaths and numerous injuries. In the fourth week of July, the Supreme Court of Bangladesh ruled against reinstating job quota. So this was the rollback. However, the ruling of the court did not address the demands of protesters who sought the complete elimination of job reservations for descendants of freedom fighters from the 1971 war. This decision did not satisfy the protesters, and in the first week of August, fresh protests resulted in new fatalities, including 14 police officers. Hundreds of thousands clashed with government supporters, and protesters called for a final protest march on Dhaka, with reports on the 5th of on Monday or today indicating major violence and arson as mobs marched towards the Prime Minister's residence, which they later on entered and vandalized and stole things from. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Disha, who's been tracking all the developments on the ground. Disha, it appears to be still a free-for-all on the streets of Dhaka. What else are you getting in terms of what the situation on the ground is? We'll come back to Disha in a moment. Brigadier Khanna, thanks very much for being with us. How closely would Delhi be looking at this situation? Is there, a reason for our armed forces to be particularly alert?
In fact, we have to go and wait and watch as to whatever is happening there. But I must tell you, in fact, I've taken part in 1971 war, and thereafter, of course, we were invited by the Bangladesh government in 2015, and we met all these Mukti Yoddhas who were fought with us in 1971 war also, and during 2008-19 also. At that particular time, also, there was nothing of the sort whatever is happening out there only. And they, in fact, Mukti Yodhas were like, in fact, our own freedom fighters, like they were also being considered. But I think what has happened, this thing also, as the ambassador was very rightly saying it, that's, in fact, the reservation became only just an excuse. There are certain, of course, the foreign elements, of course, who, in fact, help, in fact, making it a big, in fact, no, it's like they give it, that is what has happened. And then the whole thing has gone up, and then it became out of the control of the government or something. The army,
there's a lot of breaking news happening, and I just need to update our viewers on a lot of these details. Sheikh Hasina fled her country. What we did know and what we did report and broadcast were images of a helicopter, a Mi-17 helicopter, taking her probably from her residence to the Kurmitola Air Base of the Bangladesh Air Force, where she was put on a C-130J transport of the Bangladesh Air Force. It's a flight that we tracked. It flew over Kolkata, in fact, dipping south, perhaps to try and land in Kolkata. Wasn't allowed, or didn't land, or chose not to land, and then proceeded to New Delhi. It has landed at, we are told, the Indian Air Force base. Both the Indian Air Force mum about the situation, the External Affairs Ministry mum about that situation, though we do expect a statement sometime this evening. At the airbase, Hindon Air Base, we now believe that the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Sheikh Hasina, received Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. Now, how long she's going to be in India, we don't know. The earlier information that we had was that she is on her way, or would be on her way to London. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us for more on this. Aishwarya, what are you hearing?
Well, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Base, and he met Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina for an hour. We've been told by our sources that by late night, Sheikh Hasina will be proceeding from Delhi to London, which is certainly as of now unconfirmed, but that's what the sources clearly had been stating to us. But it is NSA, Ajit Doval, and the senior officers from the Indian Air Force as well who received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and the meeting between the NSA and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina went for almost an hour after she landed at the Delhi at Hindon Air Base over there, and certainly there had been the situation that the NSA was apprised by the officials of the Bangladesh Prime Minister as well, who was accompanying her. And later we have been told that the NSA will be apprising the entire situation to the Prime Minister as well later in the evening.
Do we have any idea, Aishwarya, how she's going to get to London? Is it that same Bangladesh Air Force aircraft which is going to take her? Because it doesn't have the range to reach London. So it would necessitate flights or halts elsewhere, which seems difficult. So is India giving Sheikh Hasina a plane to fly to London, or is she being put on a commercial flight to London?
Well, there has been a separate meeting which is also going on at the Ministry of External Affairs, as Jaishankar just left the Parliament after briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi for almost 15 minutes, and it was, the senior officials from the MEA also conducting a meeting as to how the Indian government can assist Bangladesh Prime Minister as she has to leave to London, and whether the Indian officials will be also accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister is something that is being sorted out by the Indian government over there. But all assistance is something that the government had confirmed that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister, and therefore the reason NSA Ajit Doval had been rushed earlier to Hindon Air Base, where he had given all assurances to the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina over there, and certainly the logistics are being sorted out. We have no confirmation as to she will be going through a commercial flight from India, or there would be a transit that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister. Certainly, this is this is an ongoing development which is going on. A high-profile meeting, we have been told, is also underway at the External Affairs Ministry, whereas Jaishankar, after leaving the Parliament, directly had reached to the Ministry of External Affairs, where he is also conducting a separate meeting and will be apprising the officers who are present over there at the Indian Air Base to communicate to the Bangladesh officials who is accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina.
All right, Aishwarya, just be with us for a moment. Both Air India and Indigo have now suspended their flights to Bangladesh in view of the situation. So Dhaka airport was shut till 10:30 p.m. local time, and indefinitely flights from India to Bangladesh, of which there are many. Air India, Indigo, possibly other airlines off the top of my head, I don't remember. They are not flying in or out of Bangladesh at this juncture. So the big story that Aishwarya breaking for us, Aishwarya Jain, our correspondent, is that the National Security Advisor Sheikh Hasina has met for more than an hour the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in the Hindon Air Force Base. And it's now really up to how the government allows her to leave this country, whether it's a civil flight or there's an aircraft which is provided to her. We don't have those details. Anything else, Aishwarya, that you can share with us on that meeting?
Well, certainly, as soon as the parliament just concluded, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the senior cabinet ministers who were there. It was, as soon as the session ended, it was S. Jaishankar who apprised the current situation with the Prime Minister. The meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes, and soon after that, S. Jaishankar left the parliament and reached the External Affairs Ministry, where he is currently meeting the senior officials from the External Affairs Ministry, and the communication is through to the Hindon Air Base as well from the External Affairs Ministry, and Ajit Doval, who is present over there, senior officials from the Indian Air Force, as well as the Defense Ministry, also apprising the current situation. Now, logistics are being sorted out is something that we have been told by our sources as to how former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will be leaving India, as the details have been emerging that by late night Sheikh Hasina can leave the country to London. Probably the location has still not been disclosed, but this is something that had been told to us by the top officials from the External Affairs Ministry as well. Remember, there's been a 1 hour long meeting that was held by NSA Ajit Doval at the Indian Air Base with former Prime Minister of Bangladesh Sheikh Hasina. She was received by NSA Ajit Doval himself, and the senior officials from the Indian government also accompanied Mr. Ajit Doval, and the communication line is through from the Foreign Ministry to the Indian Air Base. As far as the logistics are concerned, that is being sorted out, but still, after the all-important meeting which is currently underway, we'll get to know that whether there would be a commercial flight that Sheikh Hasina will be boarding to leave the country, or whether the assistance will be provided to Sheikh Hasina and the other officials who are accompanying former Bangladesh Prime Minister. So it is also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was supposed to leave the parliament a bit early, but he is, we've been told he is still in the parliament after having all of those meetings. So, what translates in another few hours is something that we will keep updating on to our viewers.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for bringing us that breaking news. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. She will be moving to London later on today. Meanwhile, this is important because it affects air travelers in India. Flights to and from Bangladesh have been indefinitely suspended as a result of the situation on the ground. We've been bringing you images of a free-for-all even now as we speak on the roads of Dhaka. People out protesting, calling this a day of liberation, delighted at Sheikh Hasina having left. She's been very much a very strong leader in that country. She's been re-elected several times, but there have been lots of reports of her being dictatorial and evidently very unpopular. But the pace at which things moved in Bangladesh, from students' protests to people storming into her house, fleeing from Bangladesh, the pace of this is absolutely unexpected and remarkable. But the scenes of joy, the fact that people are choosing quite happily to break down statues of Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, reflects the kind of anger on the ground, because Sheikh Hasina, remember, the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the fact that, any association with Sheikh Hasina appears to be something which is unacceptable to these protesters. What have they been protesting? They've been protesting quotas in government jobs as well. I'm sorry, I've got some breaking news coming in. What was that? All right, this is the breaking news that I can share with you now. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who was at the Hindon Air Force Base, where he greeted the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who landed over there a couple of hours back, That meeting is now over. Ajit Doval has now left. We do expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry at some stage today, but perhaps there could be a statement as well in Parliament by the Foreign Minister tomorrow. Let's go across to my colleague Disha, who joins us now, also Shreya. Disha, what exactly are you hearing in terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh?
In terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh right now, lakhs of people continue to be out on the streets, and there's a sense of anger as well as jubilee. Anger at the government, at former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her administration for various reasons. Firstly, for the quota bill, which is what the protest was against, the anti-quota protests were against, but otherwise also because many people in her country, in Bangladesh, considered her rule to be undemocratic, and hence today is in a sense a day of freedom for many of the people in Bangladesh. But in terms of, there's a lot of jubilee in the streets of Bangladesh, because as you mentioned, today is being considered as a day of liberation by the people from the 15 years of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. So in terms of what's going on in Bangladesh right now, protesters earlier in the day ransacked the Prime Minister's official residence and, took away furniture, cutlery, saris, and completely ransacked and looted the residence. But apart from that, media houses were attacked, the residences and offices of the government offices, as well as the residences of various ministers in the Hasina administration were also attacked. So, the situation on the ground remains quite fluid and quite dynamic, and there's a sense of violence and turmoil continuing to be in Dhaka and across Bangladesh.
Sure.
While the
hang on a
chief
second,
earlier
Disha. Let's
today
just
did
go
say
across
that,
to Shreya, who's been
he's
tracking all the
instructed
developments as well on the ground. Shreya, outside the Bangladesh High Commission, as I understand it, have there been any reactions from there?
No, there has not been any reaction so far, but then as Bangladesh rages with celebration, here there is the status quo in front of the Bangladesh High Commission office. There has been increased police personnel, and the security has been beefed up since the morning because of the political unrest that has been going on in the neighboring country in Bangladesh. And of course, we know that the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has stopped over here in Delhi, and she's expected to fly back to United Kingdom, London later in the day, but it is not confirmed. She's here with her sister, and she of course used the military chopper from Bangladesh, and she left her residence in Dhaka amidst the deadly protests. We know that almost 300 students died because of this, because of the protest that has been raging in Bangladesh, and they have been demanding the resignation of the Sheikh Hasina, and that's why they're celebrating in Bangladesh. But here in Delhi, we know that there's complete presence of this eerie feeling of calm before the storm, because there's no action right now, but the security is it has been tightened, and of course we know that the last time she was in trouble
in front of the Bangladesh High Commission. I can also share that there is a huge concern about the safety of Indian diplomats and of the Indian High Commission in